Good morning, everyone. Again, Swagatam Swagatam. So, after a lovely session and very informative, very constructive session which we had yesterday, we are continuing with today's session, which is again going to be an extremely constructive, informative, and how we can make it practical. It is going to be that. So, let's start the session today. I call upon the dais our chief guest, Captain Ashok Mahapatra, who is the ex-director, Maritime Safety Division, IMO. Please give hands. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Now I call upon the guest of honor, Captain Sridhar Sast. He is the CNO, Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board. Now I call upon our Vice President Frost, Dr. Purnindo Mishra, sir, to please come on the dais. I request Dr. Purnindo Mishra to please discuss regarding the upcoming proceedings of the day. Sir. Okay. All right. Okay. I request Dondapat sir to please come on the dais to give the bouquet to the chief guest. Now I request Solanki ji, Dr. Solanki, to please come on the dais to give the bouquet to our guest of honor. Now a bouquet will be presented by me to our Dr. Purnindo Mishra, sir. All right, now, sir, please come for today's proceeding, please. Yeah.
Thank you, madam. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is the second day, and yesterday we had a very, very fruitful session. We had lovely discussions, a lot of takeaways from the discussions. Experts were there. There was a lot of talk on shipbuilding, ship repair, ship recycling, on the various opportunities that are provided by the Government of India, of the state government, and also the inadequacies of our own government in able to achieve the type of objectives that have been set forth by the central government, as well as the vision and mission of the state government itself. Of course, we heard a lot about Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board, and we are very fortunate to have Captain Sasta as who's the CNO over here, at that place over here as a guest of honor. I'm sure he will share with us all that has been said about Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board. They say they are pushing, and they are 3 times they have been to Hyundai and Japan and Korea and all this. Kindly let us know how to go to Hyundai, Japan and all this, because I'm languishing here. I'm unable to go to Hyundai, Japan and all this. Anyway, and we are also very fortunate to have Captain Ashok Mahapatra. He's, in fact, you know, after C.P. Srivastav, Captain Ashok Mahapatra is the highest ranking international Indian in the maritime sector. Highest. He was the number 2 after the Secretary General. The Secretary General is more of an elected person. The technical head was Ashok Mahapatra, and not only is a very accomplished person as a Deputy NA and also 20 years at IMO, but he's also a dear friend, a great help for India, and he's one of those people who has taken pioneering steps in various aspects of maritime safety. Now today, he is also an honorary member of FROST and one of the honored people in FROST. We would like to make use of his aura in our other organizations in the state, provided the state listens to us. Right, sir? Okay. There is a clause, you know. The state may not listen to us. Okay. Now, today, our emphasis is on inland waterways, on basically on examination, certification, inspection of inland vessels. And to that effect, we have some experts, which also includes me, though I don't consider myself as an expert, but there are other speakers who are going to speak on this. This is a very interesting subject because today the emphasis in the state, which has a lot of rivers, ponds, dam waterbacks, and riverines, and a huge coastal 500 kilometers of coastline. For that, the amount of usage on water is tremendous. The prospects are tremendous. But we have not been able to achieve much of it. I think the technology, the type of trade, the type of this thing is maybe 5, 6 or 7 decades old. So now a lot of emphasis has been put by the central government, IWI, Captain Solanki of Nini has been assisting us, and there has been a lot of activity which is going on. We really welcome all that. But to know those aspects, we have the speakers, and they will be able to tell us the key issues that are involved in the examination, certification, inspection, and practically the running of these inland services. All of you, most of us who are in shipping don't really know the intricacies of inland waterways. In fact, there were some rules during the British times which were overwhelming. I remember there used to be a 15-meter boat with a fire pump which could sink the boat. It was used to put off the fire on the boat, and the length of the hose required was 25 meters. I mean, unthinkable. You had a CO2 system for the engine room, where the engine room contained a 300 bhp engine and a small engine room manned by a Tyndall, and that was engine room rating, and that was considered to be. So, you know, to evolve from there to make vessels navigable through most of the navigable rivers, and also for the upcoming waterways, it's a huge task. And in fact, normally what people do, even I was in the DG Shipping, and I know if there was something to be made for lesser vessels, we would actually take the higher rules, slightly cut here, there, and put it in the as the rules for the smaller vessels. But that's not the way it is done. You cannot fit an adult diaper to a small child. It's not possible. So I'm really glad that IWI and Nini and for us, Captain Solanki has taken that much of steps to ensure that a new set of rules is made, a new set of vessel classification is made, the required safety norms are made, and a good setup is done where we actually, in future, we are going to meet the best of standards which are done, which are in practice in Europe, but maintain our Indianness. That in itself is a very big thing. So today we are going to literally, gloat over it. We'll go through all the intricacies of our inland waterways, vessels, and certification and examination, etc. With that, I would, yes, madam? Anything? Okay. So with that, I would kindly request madam to do the further proceedings, to call the guests on the dais. Don't think I forget, I may be old.
Thank you, Mishra sir. We'll be hearing more from you. And now I request our guest of honor, Captain Sridhar Shasta, to please come and give a few words with us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Captain Sridhar Shasta, working as a port officer in Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board. I've been with the APMB from the last 10 years. Prior to that, I was sailing. I have sailed for 18 years. So last 10 years, I've been with APMB, and I was actively involved in, especially with the inland vessel rules and certification. In fact, I can say, after 1917 Act, Andhra Pradesh is the first state to make the rules in 2017. We made all the construction rules, and in fact, certificate of competency and everything. We are the first one. Of course, with the help, we have been taking help of Captain Solanki in between. And once we started, and after 2021 Act, so I was involved in the part of the committee also for the preparation of the classification of the vessels and certificate of competency. So we have to fight a lot to, bring the rules as practically as possible to meet our, highest safety standards, as well as it should meet our requirements. So there is a lot of effort, almost 3 years, sir, for preparing these rules. We have put up, the group, like IMU was there, then various other state port officers were there, and Nini was there throughout. And it was a Herculean task, but finally we were able to manage to get it through. And I'm very happy that, at this stage we brought those rules to a stage that where it is practically, we can implement those rules. And in fact, in 2017-18 itself, we have started issuing competency certificates. We had an MOU with the BEST, sir. We involved BEST as well, Board of Examination Seafarers Trust. We had an MOU with them, so they were conducting exams on behalf of us. So we were doing whatever is possible for our crew and others in the state. So I really thank Frost for giving me this opportunity, and anything related to IV certification, especially related to IV, I was personally involved in the implementation and getting the rules there. So it is my favorite subject as well. So when Captain Solanki told me that this is the subject, I said, okay, let me also learn from others also what can be done, what more can be done. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain Shasta. A lot of things, a lot of discussion. I think we even told you that yesterday we were appreciating AP Maritime Board, and we also feel very proud that our Frost member and our Nini is also involved completely. Solanki sir is also involved, and a lot of work is going on in this field. And hope all over, even in Odisha, this thing will progress. Now I request Dr. Punindu Mishra sir to please give an introduction for our chief guest, Captain Ashok Mahapatra.
Thank you, ma'am. Till now, what all I was talking about was about my personal admiration and awe of Captain Ashok Mahapatra. That is my personal equation with Captain Ashok Mahapatra. But I also have a CV of his, which I must read out because in itself it makes a good reading. One must know what a person can achieve. Sorry, I could have said it extempore, but I thought I'll do more credit by reading it out. I have to put my specs on if you don't mind. Captain Ashok Mahapatra is a seasoned maritime professional. Yeah, it's okay. Maritime professional with extensive experience in maritime safety, security, and environmental protection. His career objective is to promote shipping at the safest, cleanest, and most economical mode of transport. He has served the Merchant Navy, Government of India, and the International Maritime Organization, United Nations. IMO is a UN body, by the way. After starting as a cadet in 1973, he rose through the ranks to become a captain and then served with the Director General of Shipping in the Ministry of Shipping. Thereafter, he joined International Maritime Organization in March 1998. He retired from IMO as Director of the Maritime Safety Division. Like I told you, he's the number 2 man at IMO. He was the first Indian to have been appointed in this role. Prior to his tenure at the IMO, he served with the Government of India as a Deputy Nautical Advisor and a Nautical Surveyor, where he was involved in policy development, casualty inquiries, and representing India in international forums. His seagoing experience includes commanding foreign-going ships as a master with the South India Shipping Corporation. He holds an extra master's certificate of competency from Lal Bahadur Shastri Nautical Engineering College, Mumbai. During his 20-year tenure at the IMO, he was a key figure in developing significant regulations for seafarer training, including the STCW 2010 amendments. He was also instrumental in supervising various technical subcommittees, overseeing the audit of IACS members for compliance with goal-based standards, and advising member states to maritime safety and on maritime safety and security. Post-retirement, he provides advice to governments and private sector in the maritime community as and when required. In addition, he also follows his passion in the creative. He has actually left it very short. Such a humble person, he has left it very short. By the way, he has produced 3 movies and which have won awards, Odia movies. And I have seen 2 of them and they are marvelous. In fact, they have made a name for themselves in the movies in international fora. So, I am a personal witness to his career growth from the day he was a master to when he joined the government, when he became a nautical surveyor. He was with me in Chennai. Then he became a DNA, then he went to IMO, and when I used to go to IMO for STCW 95 and 2010, I used to interact very much with him. I used to sit down in his room, the rules were made in his room. He was very smart, he used to make the rule, he used to taking inputs from all the administrations, national administration flags. He used to make the format for it, and then he used to discuss with each one of the members and input whether it was if, on, is, where, when, and a few of the critical words into STCW, because every word matters in IMO. I remember there was a big debate on whether should be used or would be used or will be used or should be used. So everything makes a difference. And I am telling you, it is a great task. So give a big hand to our chief guest, Captain Ashok Mahapatra. With this, I invite him to give his viewpoint and address the audience.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Mishra. At the onset, first, let me thank Frost and INA for inviting me here today, though I am also a Frost member. I should not be thanking myself. Having said that, on a lighter vein, Frost should also look at it. Yesterday you had my cousin, and today you are having, please don't make it a family affair next day, just on a lighter vein. Though our family, in this generation, we are quite connected to the maritime field. The previous generation, no. Maybe it would have happened if my grandmother had not threatened to commit suicide when my father was selected for the Dufferin. As the eldest son, he is not going to cross the seas. So, in some ways, I fulfilled his dream of becoming a seafarer. Anyway, the irony of it was known to me a little later. Little later in the sense, I was on board a ship, and then I was a cadet that time, and we had Captain Pandya in command. So he looked at me and he said, "Tell me, your father was in Allahabad?" I said, "Yes." Apparently they were from the same school, and both of them had applied for the Dufferin. My father had got selected and Captain Pandya was on the waiting list. Since my father could not get in, Captain Pandya got in. So that was the irony of it. Having said that, yesterday my cousin Subrat talked a lot about port-led development. That is where we have a difference in the family. I would rather take it as maritime development project. Maritime-led development, not port-led development. I can understand why the powers to be and the political class prefer the port-led development, because those are low-hanging fruits and can be achieved within one election cycle. Unfortunately, shipping has a very long gestation period, and that does not give them headlines for during the elections or this thing. Having said that, now why I am going to talk about this shipping-led development is I am going to talk in three parts. First, I am going to talk about economy and how shipping is important to the economy. After this, we'll let you know something about development of regulations and risk management. And finally, I will come and try and see what I think is the way forward in this particular. And I'm restricting myself to the basically the inland water and the small boats sector, because there's no point in talking about ocean-going ships, because there is a lot that has been done. But in these two sectors, there is a lot to be done. Firstly, nature has ensured that no country in this world has got everything. There has to be, we have to be interdependent, and for this, you need goods, services, commodities to move from one place to another. And this is where shipping comes into play, and it has been there in play from time immemorial. And in fact, without trade and shipping, as one of my Secretary Generals used to say, one half of the world would be starving and the other half would freeze. Basically, movement of energy and food grain. I am of the firm conviction that shipping is the gearbox that drives the economy of the world. It is the cheapest, cleanest, and safest mode of transport at all. And if you look at it, if you take away shipping and trade, the entire world economy will come to a standstill. No matter what you say, no matter what the guys sitting in the financial institutions and this thing bring out n number of derivatives or logistics, shipping would collapse. But unfortunately, somewhere down the line, shipping has not been given its due relevance. They have not been given the due relevance because I don't think we, from the shipping part, have promoted ourselves, in particular with the press and the media. Two, because these are low-hanging fruit, not low-hanging fruits, have a long gestation period, so it is not openly visible. One classic example, you look at it, during COVID, when the entire world came to a standstill, did shipping come to a standstill? No. Were the seafarers moving from one place to another? Yes. Did the seafarers say no? That was the brief period where we had some recognition for shipping. Even then, we are still struggling to put the seafarers as key and essential workers. Why? Probably because we are not a vote bank and the politicians don't see us as important for their re-election or elections. And during that time, forget whatever commodities moved and all, but at least food and energy, the seafarers and shipping made sure it went around the world. Personally, I think it is time that some of us drill it into these people who are dealing with finance, that listen, you can say how important it is, but take away shipping, take away seafarers, you are nothing. I think that is the message we need to give to the world. Now, having said this, now let's come, how do we get to the regulations? Yes, a lot of people have gotten, I'm going into the fundamentals. I want to tell you the fundamentals, what should be looked into. You know, whether regulations are technical or commercial, they are actually based on risk management. You are actually doing risk management. All that this thing, because in fact, the first shipping regulation, can anybody tell me which it was? Technical shipping regulation. All of us are there. It was the load line, the Pimsol line which came in. That was the first technical regulation which came in. And what was that? To manage the risk of overloading. When did the first Safety of Life of Sea Convention come in? It came in after the Titanic, where there were not enough life-saving appliances. That was a thing of managing risk to save lives. So when you are developing shipping regulations, whether it is commercial or technical, it is a question of risk management. And whatever economic activity you do and look at it anyway, today when we look at it, we have to also recognize when we are developing the regulations that whoever is investing the money is doing it for an economic purpose, for the benefit. I think yesterday we heard it as a return of investment. If a shipping is not economically viable, then why would anybody put in money? Do you put in money into a mutual fund which is making loss? No. In fact, if one fund is giving you 12% and another fund is giving you 18%, you jump from one fund to another. That is being done today's this thing. So this is true for the both private and the public sector. So we have to look at it as to how the risk management is such that we need to bring it into play. We need to bring it into play so that it becomes economically viable, maybe for a longer gestation period, but that is something to be discussed later. But he must have confidence that there will be a return on his investment. Now, coming to that, when we are looking at the development of risk and the regulations, in particular for the inland vessel and the coastal vessel area, how do you do it? Is it viable that we do bring in the regulations what we adopt for foreign going ships? No. When we look at risks, at least my experience when we deal with developing regulations for international shipping, we used to take it as a common thing that help will not be available readily in case a risk factor comes into play. So you make that kind of adjustment for that. Is it valid for inland or near coastal voyages? No. So why is it that we are thrusting that kind of philosophy for coastal and inland waters? I think time has come that we look at it from a different angle. Particularly why I am telling you this is that when you look at a ship, yesterday somebody said that the hull factor comes in with about close to 30%, and the ancillary part of it is about 70%. When you bring in about 70%, the hull, we cannot do anything. The steel is there. We have Indian approved steel, we don't import it. But the ancillary, which we are looking at, we in fact don't have any indigenized thing for the merchant shipping as such on a general principle. Most of it is coming in from overseas. Primarily, they are approved under the IAX classification rules, and I think that is a little too much for both IV and coastal vessels. A simple example I'll give: when IV was not developed, coastal shipping was not developed, the GMDSS came in, and due to the financial crunch, Government of India, with that time Captain Barve was there, late Captain Barve, took a decision to put the entire Indian waters as A3 area. That means you had to have equipment which was approved under the IMO performance standards, which actually economically was a burden to the coastal vessels. If you had A1 and A2 area, then you would have had to put in more coastal stations. Government of India, Ministry of Communication got rid of the radio stations, and they just had straight away through the satellite. So these, we have to look at it. We have to now look at how this has to be done. Yes, we have made the rules, but somewhere down the line, if you look at it with no criticism to Indian Register of Shipping, you cannot apply the same kind of rules, regulations, and even the survey costs, because after all, that is a outgoing in par with the foreign going ships. And that is what and when I say this, I will also look at how much that when we look at making the technical, what is available, what is good for IV may not be good for the coastal vessels. Because, let me flip it over. What is good for the ocean-going ships need not be good for coastal vessels. What is good for coastal vessels need not be good for foreign-going inland vessels. And I think at the last seminar in Guwahati, I think Captain Solanki mentioned to me that we have built in the physical infrastructure for the ports on the inland, but there are no vessels. Do we ask ourselves why? Because the cost has become so prohibitive. Who is going to make it? I mean, in fact, I think yesterday Captain Solanki was discussing with somebody about somebody offering a craft for 2 million, and when Captain Solanki was saying he can get it, it should be within 600,000 to 800,000. See, these are the scales. You cannot bypass it. There has to, otherwise there will be nobody. No matter how much of cargo support you. So therefore, what I look at it, I know, at least I'll give an example of the Russians. The Russians have a Russian Register of Shipping. They also have what is called Russian Inland Register, which is, and both don't see eye to eye, means eye to eye. They are separate, independent bodies. But the Inland Register looks after purely inland crafts, builds the standards, doesn't thrust the IAC standards of construction, because that, all said and done, Dr. Mishra just now talked about how there is generally a cut and paste and we put it. And that happens. Unless they are independent. So to me, the need of the hour today, if I look at it, would be the IWA should look into establishing a inland register which will look purely for the inland vessels. Similarly, a certain amount of things, and for this, one more critical thing, it is not only setting up. Why should the equipment and ancillary parts which go into the both coastal vessels and inland vessels, why do they have to meet those stringent international standards which are done for ocean-going ships? And that is the reason why, because they are so stringent, because the volumes are not very much. So the cost becomes this thing. So nobody comes up to get their things approved by IRS or under the IX regulations. So one, you start looking at an inland register. Two, I think there needs to be a general discussion and progress, in particular with Bureau of Indian Standards and this thing, to build marine products which will be used, equipment purely for both inland waters and coastal waters. Now, coastal waters we can do as long as they remain on our coast. If these coastal vessels are going, if we are planning it, we could go one step ahead. And I think we have a precedence with that. When the STCW 95 came in, there was a provision to reduce certain requirements. And I'm proud to say I was a part of that exercise. We did a mini BIMS conference by which we adopted and developed and adopted the near coastal vessel training and certification, wherein we could bring down certain standards which are not required for the international voyages. We brought it down. If we find it that we want to do that, we could probably do the same thing, have a similar BIMS conference. And not that it is new. I'm talking 95, but Mr. Palit and Dr. Mishra will bear with me. We have a precedence, even with the 1960 SOLAS. We had what is called the Special Trade Passenger Ship Agreement, which was a regional agreement where the custodian is the IMO, is still the IMO. So why can't we think of it and look at it? Why do we shy away from working like this? I today would like this gathering, and in particular, unfortunately, I don't think anybody from IWA is here. Oh, yeah. I had mentioned this at the Guwahati time. I haven't heard anything about it. Now, one of the problems, another problem that I have seen is, with due respect to Commander Jayakumar, we have consultants in various ministries, these consulting companies. Now, they have small teams. Each team is competing with each other, not corresponding to one another. and the smaller teams, who validates their findings? They are not marine personnel, they are not. So the ministry should have, and I'm particular because there is a precedence. If you look at the Home Ministry, they have a think tank like the Vivekanand Foundation, which gives them an input or even validates the findings of any consulting company. Because within each consulting company, each silo doesn't, they are competing with one another to get more profit. Whereas a think tank is not a profit oriented, they are usually retired people who will give you unsolicited advice with no axe to grind. And that is where I think, and similarly Ministry of Defense has got the MNF Foundation which does it. But today in shipping we have nothing of that sort. I think we need to set up a think tank both for inland vessels, coastal vessels and ocean-going vessels. Yes, the consultants can do it. The policy makers can do that. They don't have time for research. So they have taken, because it will add to the burden and the manpower and pension, and it has got other financial implications they don't. So they give it to this thing. But who polices the consulting companies? There has to be some form of validation. So with this, I have given you 2-3 things, and I hope we can take it up at a thing. There are a lot of professionals available in this country, and we have done very well. Yes, what we are saying may not, for professionals, it may not be financially lucrative, but definitely professionally, it is very satisfying. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It was a very extensive, very informative, and as he said, think tank of this country, which is we all together. We all can think about how we can make the progress and make it achievable. So really very, very thoughtful. It actually makes us think that where we are going wrong and where the issue is happening with the regulations and how we can make it more viable for all the vessels, like when we talk about inland, when we talk about coastal. So it's very, very important. Thank you so much, sir. One big hand for sir again. Thank you. Now I request Professor Mishra, sir, to please come on the dais and felicitate our chief guest. I request Professor Mishra, sir, to please present a memento to our guest of honor first. Now to our chief guest, Captain Ashok Mahapatra ji. Now I request Dr. Rath to please give the vote of thanks. Mr. Rath.
Very good morning to one and all present here. Today, in fact, the second day, the first inaugural session is over, and I'm happy that the presence is quite good compared to the second session of yesterday's program. Today's topic is totally on safety of vessels, and in particular to the inland vessels, which is very, very important. In fact, we are also part to it as a small boat manufacturer. I'm happy that Mr. Sridhar Sasta from APMB has joined us today, coming all the way from Andhra Pradesh. Thank you, sir, for your presence. And we are very happy that Andhra Pradesh has gone ahead in many prompt action on these things and making rules and regulation for the safety of inland vessels. Now I thank our chief guest of this session, this inaugural session, Captain Ashok Mahapatra, for a wonderful deliberation, whatever he gave. And there's a lot of things which even we didn't know about it. And really the requirement of cutting down the cost, but with a quality to the marine standard, which is very, very important, has to be implemented for all inland vessels, which is the need. And we always face it. And he also told that the shipping has not been given importance in our country itself. That is, I feel there is a difference, as we don't give importance to the various factor of shipping as the other countries that do. So probably we lag behind in this. Last but not the least, I thank Dr. Purnendu Mishra, our mentor, Vice President, who is always with wonderful ideas and with his own experience always gets in to make the sessions very interesting. Sir, thank you very much. We'll continue to get such mentoring from you all the time. And I thank every one of you to enjoy this session very patiently. I conclude here. Thank you. I think the tea is ready, and we can have a small break. 11:30. Please. Right.
I hope everybody enjoyed the tea. And now we will have the session which will be chaired by INA President Dr. Manu Kurula, sir. So, sir, please come on the dais. Freshened. I didn't have. A clap again. I request Mr. Dondapat, sir, please come on the dais. Clap, clap. I request Mr. P.K. Roth, sir, please come on the dais. Dr. Punindu Mishra, sir, please come on the dais. Loud, loud one, loud one.
He is very keen on making me the secretary of, downgrading me from president to vice president to secretary.
That particular sentence has to be deleted. Now I request Dr. Captain Ivy Solanki, sir, please come on the dais. I request Dr. Manu Kurulas to start the session, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhu. Again, we have a fine session, I suppose. Wonderful speakers we have. And as per the schedule, we have 2 hours time. And we'll effectively use it. We have 4 presentations during this session. Dandapat sir will be talking on small vessel safety. First he will be speaking, and thereafter Raut sir again will be on small vessel safety. And then Dr. Punendu Mishra sir, he will be talking on examination and certification. And then Solanki sir on examination and certification again. So 2 major topics. We have 2 speakers each. Yeah. So the session will go like this. We have decided that each of us will introduce ourselves. So to start with, I am Dr. Manu Kurula, student of Professor Mishra. And I had been working with industry as well as R&D organization. I was with Gardenry Shipbuilders and Engineers for 4 years. Thereafter, I have joined DRDO. I served almost 33 years with DRDO. Now, all on a sudden, I realized that I have retired last month. So I'm a retired scientist. At DRDO, I was with NSTL Visakhapatnam. I could play a major role in establishing the hydrodynamic test facilities. I have here Mr. P.K. Panigrai, who was my boss and mentor at NSTL. I'm happy that he is here. And then, after that, I have moved to DRDO headquarters. I have retired as Director General Resources and Management of DRDO. As far as professional achievements are concerned, I consider a design of a catamaran vessel for the DRDO operated by Indian Navy as one of the major achievements, because it was almost 100% of the vessel was indigenous. That is a 50 meter, 49 meter to be precise, catamaran vessel, and one of its kind. And of course, the guidance that Professor Mishra has given, actually we say the trio of IIT Kharagpur, that time Professor Gokaran, Professor Mishra and Professor O.P. Shah. these people, they together had made a history on high-speed advanced marine crafts in the country. Lot of experiments, lot of success and lot of failures. And we have celebrated all. And they were all pure knowledge that has been created. And this has brought in a lot of confidence. Today, when we are talking about safety, morning in the inaugural session, Mahapatra sir has said, safety is all about risk management. How do you manage the risk? When do we have risk? The risk comes when we don't know about anything. We have to do something which we don't know. And we decide to do still. At that condition, then we have a high risk project. And the factor of safety is you may have to go 8 times, 4 times, whatever it is. The more you are knowledgeable, the more you do research, more you are aware what are the possibilities, then your factor of safety comes down. In India, now we are at a condition wherein for the large vessels, naval vessels, factor of safeties have really come down. Of the order of 1.23, 1.24. That is a factor of safety. That has not been achieved by mere guesswork. It has been achieved by a lot of research that has gone in by academic institutions like IITs and DRDO, of course, and many other organizations. Now the whole safety, when we are talking about, it is about how much we know about it. What is our effort in researching about it and understanding the system better? Definitely, after hearing from all of them, you may come out with a lot of conclusions. We'll discuss about those conclusions towards the end of the session. I'll tell you the efforts that has gone in. Yesterday onwards, the discussions that has taken place outside the hall. Some of the discussions I would like to mention. One, why the government has to depend upon foreign agencies to advise us what we should be doing, what policy we should have. This question was asked by many of the seniors. I have an answer for this. I also have asked this question. The answer is this. We should have our policies, we should have our ideas, and we have to benchmark it. The foreign agency, they have already done it elsewhere. People think that they are successful. And if we have to make it better than the best, you should know what is their benchmark. So that is why employing a foreign agency, employing a knowledge elsewhere available is always important. This had been the philosophy of maritime technological growth. Even for ship design, we say a parent ship. Parent ship made elsewhere, and we compare with that its performance and how we can make it better than the best. I think about safety also, when we look at it, what has been adapted elsewhere and what is the reason why they have adapted. Instead of just picking it up, looking at why, what, how, these questions has to be answered. I think we'll have definitely a wonderful discussion on small vessel safety. It is very, very important now that the government has come out all the way. They are all out to improve the maritime architecture of India and want to have a place in the world maritime architecture. Small vessels safety comes more than the vessel per se itself of understanding the architecture of the environment and the riverine or the coastline. How does they behave? Yesterday itself, we had few examples where we had to operate a vessel in the lake, the draft had to be less than 1 meter, 3 feet. How do we go about it? There has to be special design for such shallow craft operations. Similarly, where in Orissa coast, where the water get withdrawn from the coast due to the reasons known to all of us, beach crafts, how they have to be introduced, how they have to be operated. And the bottom, there is a chance of getting rubbed. So how do you safeguard it? So the safety, it cannot be a rule, generalized rule for the entire country. It has to be locally addressed. Otherwise, a vessel that is operated as a beach craft and a vessel that is operated as a high-speed vessel, or a vessel that is operated at Lakshadweep or Andaman, where you have coral reefs and other things. All this design, the safety margin we put together, add together, integrate it, and then put the rules for the country, we have a problem. You will have a vessel which is unwieldy. So there is a reason that we have to look at, based on the region and the environment where we operate. With this introduction, I would now request Dandapat sir to have a brief introduction about himself. He will also say how all he can, what all means he can help us to have the maritime progression in the coast of Orissa.
In fact, I am also a graduate from IIT Kharagpur, and that's true in naval architects. And I joined in Hindustan Shipyards for 5 years, and then I joined in the ministry. And since then, I have been working with IWI. Of course, for a brief period, I was with DASBR, Development Advisor, Shipbuilding and Ship Repairs, almost a year or two.
Don't allow him to
Yeah.
simply say, we should clap and appreciate it.
Yeah. And after my retirement, I worked with Adani Shipping for 1 year.
Retirement, not retirement.
Yeah. After. Then in their consultancy organizations, the Hoya India Limited, to help Jalmar Vikas project. There's a World Bank funded projects which started for the first time on NW1, was there for almost more than 5 years. And then I worked with with 2-3 small consultancy. Then I worked USAID for developing the 4 types of green vessels. That is bulk carrier, tankers, then ro-ro vessels, and then ro-packs also. That, of course, we almost completed 75% of it, and suddenly, after this new change, everything was collapsed, and then nothing has, it's taken. And now I am associated for the last 3 years with World Bank for inland water transport sectors, particularly for West Bengal. There's the ferry services, strengthening their ferry services, and also for ro-ro services, ro-ro infrastructures, etc. And it is going on. Yeah.
Actually, before delivering your talk, we'll have an introduction of others also.
Yeah.
Okay. After that, you can deliver. Now, I request Raut sir to introduce himself.
Achha. Okay.
I'm Mr. Prashant Kumar Raut, graduate in mechanical engineering, then MBA from Utkal University, joined in the government and started my career in the transport department. Then after, deputed and merged in the inland water transport department, government of Odisha, and worked for 8 years since I retired from the post of the director of ports and IWT. I am not an architect, not a designer of the inland vessels, not work in any seagoing or I am not a seafarer or anything for vessel. But due to my
experience, knowledge gained since my career started in IWT, and I gained experience from my predecessors, all stakeholders, when I go to survey all these vessels, and due to my interest on this chapter, I could get knowledge. Thank you for all my seniors, first members, first president, first vice president, mentor, and I was associated with Captain Solanki while drafting the IBLs for Odisha. Thanks to him. And that's all about myself. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you. Thank you. Please give him a round of applause. Yeah. Now, Purnendu Mishra sir, I know he does not need any introduction. I'll tell you the initiatives sir had taken. Yesterday I was telling about shipping campus, but there is something more. Professor Mishra and Purnendu Mishra sir, Mishra Square. What they have done to the industry is something phenomenal. At that point in time, IIT Kharagpur has started a master mariner program. And that time I was doing my PhD there. You see, people used to go to UK, that was the only place where you could get a master mariner certificate. PGDM course. And those people, I could met occasionally at different locations, those people who got the PGDM, from IIT Kharagpur, this joint program with MMD, that time he has introduced. There is n number of such programs people have introduced. It must be almost 15 years back. So it is not that people were not doing things. They have all done. That is why now we have a situation where we can all claim that we are ready. India is ready. So, sir, please introduce.
I don't know how to operate. Not a ship. Ship, you press a button, it works. Thank you, Manu Kuruvilla sir. I'm glad I'm in this August gathering. My guru, Professor S.C. Mishra, though he does not acknowledge that I am his student, but he is my guru. He is a guru to so many people over here. And my elders like Shri Palit, my wonderful colleague Captain Ashok Mahapatra, and so many other people over here whom I have spent my best days in my career. Now, really to introduce myself, since today it is all about inland vessels, let me tell you, I also started in the Mercantile Marine Department, where one of the tasks was to inspect, examine, and certify vessels as well as the operators. I was in Calcutta, posted in Calcutta. Calcutta CPT had about 250 vessels, and there were a lot of inland vessels. And I practically learned the trade from the inland vessels over there. Now, I have spent 30 years and one of my favorite 30 years on inland vessels, besides my shipping duties, and I have learnt a lot from there, which I'll be able to share today over here. It's so interesting. People think inland is something small, something irrelevant, but let me tell you, it is the cradle of learning in any industry. In our maritime industry, really the cradle of learning. And to add to what Dr. Manu Kuruvilla has said, my achievement is, you forget what has been done in the government, they say my achievement, biggest achievement is that after 33 years of service, I retired peacefully from the government, I'm drawing pension, and I'm happily there at home. Frost, yes. I have been elevated to the rank of Vice President Frost under my Guru, and my Guru has said that you will be the only Vice President with me as long as I am there as President.
Wonderful.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we have this privilege of getting introduced by Solanki sir. Solanki sir does not again does not need any introduction in India at least. He has been the doyen of inland waterways and the means of improving such transportation in the country. I really appreciate his effort. Please introduce sir.
Thank you, sir. I am alumni of Sainik School, then subsequently T.S. Rajendra, World Maritime University, and Indian Maritime University. Basically, also student of Professor Mishra, sir, under whom I did my PhD, and it was a great learning experience under his mentorship and personal guidance. Under the mentorship of Captain Mahapatra, sir, I did my post-graduation in World Maritime University. And before doing this, I sailed for 20 years. Thereafter, I was founding member of ARI, simulation, and in maritime education and training involved till 2014, whereafter I joined the Jal Marg Vikas project as consultant, and also NINI. From 2008, I was project director of NINI, an institute that was built but neglected, and there was, we can say, no courses happening because the sector itself was not having that kind of pull. And with that, I remember the first conference which we had, or seminar, was in Patna on inland water transport way back in 2009, when the Chief Secretary Government of Bihar had attended that conference. And that's where we actually started working on the inland water transport. And subsequently, in, the Jal Marg Vikas project, which came in 2014, a number of initiatives were taken in that under that project, including the feasibility studies covering all the three aspects, that is the engineering aspect, social aspect, as well as environmental aspects, and number of constructions basically with regards to terminal at Varanasi, terminal at Sahibganj, terminal at Kalughat, and Haldia. So number of terminals were built in. Also, standard designs of 14 vessels were basically conceptualized, so that the biggest problem which was being faced was that there was no finance available for inland water inland vessels. There was no insurance available for inland vessels when at that point of time. And so these changes were required to be done. But we had the infrastructure, but no design, no vessel. So the thought was that, because the bank said they cannot put a value to the vessel. The idea was that we should be able to get a vessel off the shelf. The cost is known, design is known, and the bank should be able to fund it, as we can do for cars or even other infrastructure which is there. So that was the idea behind the getting the standard vessel designs. And the government was to build initially 20 vessels of that design, then subsequently one vessel of each, but that could not happen. So that was there, and then thereafter written a lot of, in fact, the Inland Vessel Act with Dandapat sir, we had drafted that act, started drafting in 2015-16 onwards, and then it was enacted in 2021. And under that, then now 14 set of rules. So they were again drafted with the maritime boards and Captain Sasta and Captain Solanki of GMB and IMU. So those rules are in force. So now we are drafting, NINI is drafting rules for 5 state governments, including Odisha, West Bengal, Andaman Nicobar, government of Karnataka, so, and Maharashtra. So we are drafting inland vessel rules because implementation is a state subject. So I think...
Let's give a big hand to
Thank you.
Solanki sir. That's wonderful. We have got an idea about NINI also. NINI. Actually, now I had introduced myself, but I have to also introduce why I am here. I am representing Institution of Naval Architects. It's an institute with most of the people who are sitting here as members. I am privileged to be the current president. We had the past, past presidents. They were also supposed to attend this. We have Dr. Bharadwaj Srinivasan, who is the technical secretary, is also here. Actually, this is a professional organization, and the 4 agencies, what we have talked about, probably for bringing about that change, the magical change that we are talking about, these organizations need to come together. This is what Professor Mishra said. Today we'll have a discussion on this as well at some point in time. So these organizations, INA, there is a small write-up on INA in the souvenir that has been brought about. So you can look at that. It is not only for naval architect, it is for all the practitioners. This is to bring synergy. This is to bring in opportunities. This is to give opportunities to bring in more technologically sound, safe, predictable systems for the unpredictable sea. That is what this institution is. For Pali sir, he was a former president of INA. I am so happy that he is here. He is very, very active. Bhubaneswar comes under Calcutta chapter. He is the president of Calcutta chapter as well. And he is doing good social work, I should say, among all the maritime practitioners. With that, now let me request Dandabas sir to give his presentation.
The topic, of course, I have chosen as the modern safety management systems for inland navigation. In fact, why I'm telling is modern, we are, for the last 2 years, 3 years, we have been trying to introduce as much as possible about the modern systems in the safety management. And it is only at the moment limited to NW1, that's not the number one. And the other one, we are developing through World Banks for Government of West Bengal. That is in the KMA area for the Hooghly River, starting from Bandel to Raichak or up to Raichak. This. And I'll just cover a little bit, giving the overview of the inland water navigation systems in India. Then what are the issues and what are the problems on the various accidents and what can be done, who are the stakeholders, and subsequently who are the regulatory authority for improving all these safety issues. And then finally I have gone to the modern systems which we are trying to develop and implement in India. Down, sorry. This is my overview of the inland navigations in India. Of course, there are 111 national waterways declared in 2015, covering at 20,230 kilometers. But out of that, only 22 has been developed so far, as it was told to us. And most of the state government waters, local waters are also existing, but they are more or less very, very little navigations. And that is of almost 8,000 kilometers exist for the state and local waterways. Local means even this Chilka Lake also can also be considered as one of the local waterways. Freight movement as of 24-25 is 250 million metric tons, estimated to be 500 metric tons by 2030, and we are expecting that it can go beyond thousands by 2047 if all the projects which have been sanctioned recently are implemented by that times. Passenger movement it is not 16.210 billions, it is 1.6 billion only. Sorry for that. And total fleet as of date is 12,000, which comprises cargo fleet approximately thousands. This is also, I'm given a little bit higher side. I had that while I was doing the USAID project, I did a survey of eastern sectors only, this Ganga, Brahmaputra, and Orissa. That time it was hardly less than 300 vessels. Cargo vessels, if you see, it is 150 or so, and the small barges, if you include, then it will be around 350. So why I have taken it thousands, because most of the cargo fleets are there in the GMBs, Gujarat Maritime Board, Maharashtra Maritime Board, and then Kerala also. So that way I have taken it up to thousands. Passenger fleets, of course, there are quite a lot. The small passengers, 50 to 200 pax capacity. Ancillary fleet also almost 1,000. And semi-mechanized, when we talk about, it is also more than that. In fact, in West Bengal itself, it is 1,500. This bhutbhuti, we say. Bhutbhuti in the sense that agricultural pumps are used without any gearbox nor anything. It's a long-tail boat only. There's the really safety hazards, and those have not yet been registered by any inland, or it is operating illegally. And whereas in Brahmaputra, almost 2,000, so this figure is, we are identified through the World Bank, almost 50% to 60% have been mechanized after installing the marine grade engines and gearbox, and almost 60%, and rest of the things has not been done, because by the time the World Bank project was over, and state government has not come forward to assist them. Non-mechanized country boats, it is 1.5 lakhs, but in my estimate, it can go even beyond to that also. And these are not a single vessel has been registered by anybody except for state government, Orissa, under that boat rules. But in West Bengal, there are almost more than 70,000. Not a single one has been registered over there, because IWT director, they said that they are not non-mechanized. We are not supposed to do it. It is to be done by the district administrations, block and all, but they don't have any machineries to do it, so they are living, they have been left as it is to their fate only. And organized sectors, crew, of course, I have estimated it roughly around 3.72 lakhs. In the organized sectors, maybe around 72,000, and non-organized sectors, that is untrained, incompetent, is almost 3 lakhs. And this is the biggest chunk, which is the safety hazards for us. Then investment has gone up phenomenally upward for the last 1 decade or 2 decades. And recently, 26,000 crore have been sanctioned for the Indira Nahar, that is in Rajasthan, 12,200 crores for National Region number 5, and another 2,500 for National Region number 2 and IBP route. IBP routes in the Indo-Bangladesh protocol routes, because they are not developing the waterways which are meant for the transit cargo which are supposed to go to the northeast regions. So therefore, Government of India is financing them to dredge those things, provide the navigation aids, and also one multimodal terminal at has been near to the Tripura has been constructed, and it is more or less it is operational by these times. And besides this, state governments are also coming up, and they are also investing quite a lot. And ferry services and passenger service I am talking about is coming up in a very big way. And now the mandate of IWA has changed from cargo to ferries, passenger services also. It was not there earlier. Now they have come up. With that, around 70 communities have been constructed on NW1 under the World Bank project, that is Earth Ganga. And same project have been extended to Orissa. Around 40 community jetties have been are being constructed in Odisha also. In the same way it is in Assam and Assam only. And now Government of India, IWA is trying to develop the water project similar to the Kochi Metro. Already 8 cities have been identified. Mumbai, Cochin is already covered under the Kochi Metro. Then comes to Narmada, and then we are talking about Varanasi, Allahabad, Patna, then Guwahati. I think Odisha also one has been identified. It's not yet been selected which one will be that water metro project will be introduced. With this, because of so much of fleets, crew, then investment is coming up, the safety issues or safety management has become a very, very important for these sectors as well. And this is the 111 national waterways, which of course will not be clear from this. Then what is the purpose for this safety management? Of course, as everybody knows, it's to prevent the loss of life, prevent the human injuries, prevent loss or damage to the vessels of boats, avoid damage to the infrastructures and other property nearby, and also to avoid damage to the environment and ecology, to prevent pollutions, this air and water, and to avoid delay resulting in the commercial impact. This is very, very important. And I'm just in cursory giving what are the various reasons for the accidents and disasters and human casualties. There's mostly the faulty designs and inadequate trim and stability, unsafe and non-standard constructions, poor maintenance, poorly developed waterways with required fairways, jetty terminals, channel markings. Then mostly the accidents are happen on account of grounding, capsizing and collisions also. Aging of the vessels is very, very important. There are vessels of over 50 years, 60 years also of operating without any repair and maintenance with standard requirement. Fire explosion is also there. Poor passenger management, it is one of the most important factors in ferry services, this overcrowding, embarking and disembarking time, because there is lack of jetties, there is lack of proper infrastructure. People just walk down in the, they do not reach to the shore also. They have to get down and then walk on the water itself. The safety culture, which is lacking almost 90-80%, 99% in all the sectors, wherever it is working, ferry services exists. Improper cargo storage, then carriage of dangerous and explosive goods, selling in bad weather because there is no early warning systems or weather disseminations. These sort of things are totally missing in these sectors. Then lack of training for the crew, emergency procedures, safety protocols, inadequate safety equipment, that is life jackets, lifeboats or other essential parts. Even if some of the registered vessels are equipped with life-saving equipments, they are hardly used. They keep sometimes somewhere inside the engine rooms, and nobody knows. Whenever we as a World Bank inspectors, we went there and we asked them, sir, it is lying over there and all these things. And then only now we made it mandatory that it has to be displayed on the everywhere. And then you have to have the safety equipment plans and search and research plans. Of course, this has been introduced in our IV Act. And number of accidents and all is very, very minuscule only. And this does not give a clear picture. All these data are taken from the NCRB, this Home Affairs and Government of India. And as far as I know, quite a lot of incidents have not been reported. It has not been reflected in this record. And so therefore, there are many, many accidents or injuries whatever it is there. I'll just give one example for the Bangladesh of the 2022, and this is their record. Of course, they are also the same things. Record, I don't think they have also done a very meticulously recording all this. But it gives a clear picture that what sort of things are happening, and it is more or less repeated in our waterways also. And then from those things, we have to have what are the important measures for ensuring an effective and safety management systems. The number one is the fitness of the vessels. Under that comes the design and constructions. And then here the important things are there. I'm talking about the small vessels only, but for bigger vessels and the organized vessels, all these things are already taken into considerations. The trim and stability is very, very important. Even I have seen whenever I was looking up to the Bangladesh sides, not a single vessel carrying capacity of the 500 to 1,000 tons with trim and stability booklet. Even there that hydrostatic curve was there. Whenever there was a series of accidents, that was in sometimes 2007 to 2010. 6 vessels sunk almost in the Calcutta shipping channel and in the Sundarban area. After that, Calcutta Port Trust banned for almost a year, and after having so much discussions at that time, L.K. Panda was our nautical advisor in DG Shippings. They came down from Mumbai. We had a series of meetings with Bangladesh people, and we had a safety measure issues that unless until you implement those things, we will not allow your vessels to come to the India, and that way they have agreed. And then subsequently, we had another 2 experts that IWT Directorate West Bengal, that he was the chief surveyor, was headed by one extra chief engineers, and another marine engineers. Both were appointed as advisors sort of things, and they were in the Namkhana, just before entering to Indian border. And they used to do the all sort of survey and then give the recommendations. And whenever we shared those things with the Bangladesh, they didn't like that one. They took up the matter even up to the Indian embassies, and then we were asked to cool down. And that sort of things has happened in those time I'm talking about, that is in 2012 and 14. And then freeboard is another factors. Adequate propulsive powers. Most of the small powers, they do not do the proper calculations. Then marine quality engines is totally missed. Good steering and maneuvering quality, that is gearbox, is also not there. Bulkheads in the sense, no collision bulkheads, continuous bulkheads, etc. Whatever I gave the examples of the Bangladeshi project that I have seen of myself, there is no collision bulkhead. And even the bulkheads which are not continuous. Whenever one vessel was just berthed on the side of a jetty, and that times there was a burn, the boat tide, it hit to the jetty, and there was a leakage on the collision sides, and then within 2 hours, the entire vessels with cargo sank down. I mean, those vessels, the 6 or 7 vessels which were sunk, have not yet been lifted out, rescued or salvaged. This is the situation over there. Then structural soundness is another factor, is totally missing. Then construction materials is, of course, the wood. Many times the scrap or non-shipbuild quality materials have been used for constructions of those vessels. Then even the wood also, not the hardwood, any wood. Nowadays even any types of woods are being used, whether it is a neem, whether it is a kathal, whether it is a mango. Whatever is available, they are using it, whether it lasts for the next 5 years or 10 years, they are least bothered. Then safety equipments, of course, LSA, FFA, safety equipments plan or SAR plan, it is there in our now the latest rule and regulations. That we are making it mandatory for each and every passenger vessel must have a SAR plan more than 50 passengers. Then LSS, light and sound signal systems, it is also missing, so therefore it is there. And with this Inland Vessel Act of 2021 and then subsequent rules, which were 14 sets of rules, things have been improved. But unfortunately, as because it has gone to the state government, they have their own way of dealing the things. Many of the state governments, they do not have the statutory body to implement those things. That I will come later on. Repair and maintenance complying with statutory and operational safety standards. That is, of course, is very important. This is not there. No repair, annual repair, no periodical operation maintenance with statutory survey. Schedules preventive maintenance is almost nil. Then that operating staffs or the crew are not as per the prescribed manning strength. Many cases, they are working with one single masters with 2 or 3 loskers without having any certificates. And then certified components are, except for the type 1 vessels or type A vessels, type B and type C or these country cups are totally below the standard manning strength. Then the fairway and infrastructures, this is another factor. There is no adequate depth or width or bend radius, wherever these vessels are operating. No jetty or terminals, channel marking and navigation aids, structural integrity of the locks and bridges. Bridges, why? In many cases, there are a lot of bridges have been constructed without a proper that clearances. That makes also a lot of issues. And this is all naval literature point of view. Of course, the trim stability and then our freeboard. All these are now, everything have been recorded. Even some of the things we have taken it from the IMO, and it has been prescribed. And now, whoever is there, whether the designer or whether the surveyors or the statutory body, they must see that these are complied with, whether it is a small vessels or it is a large vessels. And then same training and education, as I told, it is totally missing, and I am not covering this one, that Captain Solanki and Mr. Saab will take up the whole issues. Emergency response is missing totally. Environmental protection is also missing. Although we have come up with so many things in our rule and regulation, it is yet to be taken up. Then prevention of oil pollution through the oil spillage leakage is another case. Unless until such things happens, nobody will wake up. If anything happens, say in Patna or all, this entire West Bengal, Odisha, Bihar, Jharkhand, and then Bangladesh will be affected seriously. That sort of things, I think people are waiting for it. Then disaster management systems, search and rescue is not there. Salvage systems, of course, it is also totally missing. That's why I told you now that 6-7 vessels which sunk in the shipping channels of Calcutta have not yet been recovered, because the cost went up like anything. Nobody agreed. Also, if I get salvage vessels, whatever the amount I have to pay, I'll construct another vessels. That time we tried to get it from Singapore. There's not a single vessel was available locally. After hearing that cost for hiring for 10 days or 15 days, everybody raised their hand. Sorry, let it be there unless until Calcutta Port Trust comes up saying that it is creating a problem, and it's going on like that. But in the upper stretches, this salvage has to be done. Otherwise, the entire channel will be blocked. Firefighting, it's again issue. Many times there are vessels are getting fire. There is no systems to douse that fire also. But during that World Bank projects, I was also, before that also, I was in charge. So that's why we have constructed a number of firefighting vessels with tugs also. That is towing tugs, firefighting vessels, and then rescue vessels is combined together. And almost 8 or 10 are there, 10 vessels are there. So that way we have done some things. IWA. Then another one missing is the forecasting and early warning systems. And this has been now, we are going to tackle with river information systems, which I am coming up subsequently. Similarly, the same things, the disseminations of weather forecast, such as rain, storm, hurricane, flood, water discharge, this is all going on river information system, which has been installed on National Waterway number 1. But it is only one waterways. It has not yet been installed in the National Waterway number 2 or any other waterways. Then communication systems is missing, that is the modern IT or digital systems, mobile apps, etc., which now under these World Bank projects in West Bengal, we are giving focus, and we have also done quite a lot of jobs. And if it is really implemented, I think West Bengal waterways will be the first to have such a systems. And these are the stakeholders for an effective safety management systems. But unfortunately, none of these organizations take any onus of the responsibility or doing anything. So this is the time that we must have to take them into the, not task, I mean to make them aware that you do your duty and responsibility to some extent. And here education and training, of course, the NINI is the forehead. State government training centers are more or less vanished. Then DG Shipping and MMD, to some extent, they are worried about only small vessels, that is RSB, river sea vessels, and then inland corridors. There are few vessels are there, and that is operating only in the western coast. In the eastern coast, it is not there because it has to operate within 12 nautical mile, as long as there is a significant wave height of 2 meter. I mean, that is not available in this stretch. It's hardly available for 2 months or 3 months, and rest of the period it is beyond that. Therefore, no one has dared to have this into that inland corridors systems. But whereas in the western coast, a lot of vessels are operating. This is a big thing which has been allowed by DG Shippings with a slightly over safety arrangements. Then regulatory framework or rules and regulations, Inland Vessel Act, that is 2021, which I was as the convener that time in 2015. We started that, even some of my boss, chairman and all, they are telling them, no, you cannot do it, why are you taking that hold? But even then we took that, I gave the mantle to Captain Solanki. We had a series of discussions all over India. And then we did it. That particular times we had the idea that IWI should be the central authority to implement the things similar to DG Shippings for seagoing vessels. But none of the state governments agreed to that proposal. They said that we have been given by constitutions as per the, this is our duty, so we should be given that share. So that way, there was a lot of discussions. We have given something that we told that at least some of the rules and regulations has to be centrally. And there are like 3 types of vessels, type A vessel, type B and type C. Type C vessels would be left to the state governments, and type A and B will be the central government rules and regulations. But now even whenever we had a discussions, West Bengal people said that no, that type B, whatever has been developed by IWI is not suitable for us, then we should have our own rule and regulations. So that way the things are, whole things are getting diluted. These are the rules, of course, that is Inland Vessel Design and Construction Rules 2024, then the survey registration and technical issues, manning. Again, manning also is contradicting with the state rules. Safe navigation, communication signals, life-saving appliances. I don't think here any, because Captain Solanki is doing it, he is facing all every day what sort of problems. They are coming up with their own way, that this is not possible, that is not possible. Firefighting appliances, and then prevention and containment of the pollutions. This is clearly mentioned, and as of date, it's not been fully implemented. That's the poor state of the things. Then state inland vessels, as I told, the mechanized vessels, they're going for the class C, type C, and type B, some of the things. And non-mechanized vessels, again, it has been left to the local authorities, but the rules and regulations has to be framed by them. And for this West Bengal government, entire things, even for the ferry acts and ferry rules, we are financing, the World Bank is financing for developing the same things, and Captain Solanki is the in charge for that. Apart from that, the training and other things and O&M procedures that with digitizations have been also been given to him. And besides that, there's one more project, digitizations of the entire IWT systems in West Bengal is being developed with, I forgot the names of. Yeah, no, not KPMG. Deloitte. And this is a big project, and they are working in a very big way, and it will be integrated with IWI database. It will be almost, no, not Navig. Everything should be there. Navig is a part of it. Then Ferry Act, again, we are rewriting ferry rules also. Then boat rules are no more existing. It is the part of the things which already I have covered. And this classification society has also quite a big role. And at the moment, this is the Indian Register of Shipping. Again, they have the, mindset of having everything as per the seagoing vessels. And that's therefore, whatever we did it in the inland vessel design, construction, many people objected to it subsequently. Therefore, in the first one, the 2022 was not accepted, the draft. Again, we had another round of discussion in 2023. Then finally, I think this last year it has been notified, 25. So this way things are going on anyway. Then IMO, of course, quite a lot of things has been adopted. Then guidelines and SOP for the disaster response and preparedness, something has been done, but it requires to be done quite a lot. And this is a very, very gray area. Then IWT Safety Action Plan, I'm talking about from West Bengal government, West Bengal under that World Bank projects, whatever we are doing it. These things we have taken up, and this will be more or less applicable to entire navigation systems of India. And at the first, we are equipping the existing fleets with statutory safety appliances, communication equipment. For that, almost there are 1,000 ferry vessels are there in that KMA, Calcutta Metropolitan Area, of 120 kilometers. And none of these vessels are having the proper safety equipments as per the Inland Vessel Act of 2021. Because in Calcutta, West Bengal, that rule has not yet been implemented. This is the very, so therefore we, World Bank suggested that we are going to finance it. You equip as much as possible to all the government vessels and then private vessels also. Then modifications of the constructions, machinery changes if required, and making available on board the team stability booklets followed by registration, that has also been taken up. And some of the things, of course, the government did not agree because the cost is going up. They will need more and more vessels rather than going for these sort of things. And as a result, this 1,500 vessels, which I was talking that booties, they did not agree. And then even we found that it's not suitable for further modification or changes. So they told that it will be phased out but still those are operating, in a very, very pathetic manner. Then rescue and emergency response systems, this has been taken up very nicely. Enforcement of laws in traffic rules, because the Calcutta Port Trust is there, and there's the corridor for the cargo vessels movement to NW1, then NW2, and then Bangladeshi vessels. It's a very busy corridor. Intelligent pollutions prevention and control monitoring systems that has been developed. Then IT in IWT systems, that is there. Disaster preparedness and response systems, this is there. Strengthening of the institution and capacity building in public services, that also we have suggested. And then training, education, and increase awareness is there totally, and which under that, NINI is doing quite a, 3 years course on that, is to give the training to the lower level, middle level, and upper level. And this is as in the Hooghly River search and rescue systems in Calcutta metropolitan area, where there is a control room will be the CCA, that is SRC will be the 4 search rescue centers. All are interlinked with modern IT systems. Then manpower is being trained, and how to handle the things, everything will be given. Then equipments, everything will be under that. And then systems, of course, the communications and other supporting systems. This has been developed. Tendering has been done. Perhaps maybe another a year or 2, this is going to be installed. And these are the communication and rescue operations. River information systems, which has been developed by IWI for NW1, that is being utilized by West Bengal government project. Then vessel tracking and monitoring, communications facilities, video conferencing, weather data, warning and alerts, IT applications. These are the main thrust of the components of that system. And this is the river information systems which has been developed. And these are the services. Of course, phase 1 has been completed, phase 2 almost been completed, phase 3 is yet to be completed, then it will be VTMS, and if that is completed, it will be the e-navigations for the first times in India. And let us see how long they do when I complete it, and then Captain Salanki will do it. This is the fairway and infrastructure informations. Through the river information systems, we'll get everything. What is the depth, what is the bend, what is the tide that particular day, whatever is being available in the seagoing vessels. Then the tactical traffic information, strategic traffic informations, information on transport logistics, enforcement of the law and enforcement, calamity abatement services, environment protections, then statistics and custom services. Once from the vessels, they can do any custom services or anything if it is required, because most of the vessels are operating in our own inland only, within the country. But the vessels which are going to Bangladesh, that times this can be done. And in fact, there was dialogue that the same river information system should also be extended to the Bangladesh, but entire things as now India. Then waterways charges and dues, from there itself one can pay the waterways dues and charges and to all the concerned authorities. And this is the schematic diagrams for that CCC and SRC which are being developed in Calcutta. There will be the 4 SRC, that is search rescue centers, and 1 is the command control centers at the beginning. And everything happens, it will directly come to the command centers, and then accordingly it will be directed what to do and what not to do. And it will be linked with almost all the stakeholders. Whether it is IWT Directorate, Transport Department, DDMA, that is District Disaster Management Authority, IWA, then administration, that is district administrations, or even the Calcutta municipality or corporations. And then WBTC, IDL, who is the controlling authority for these entire things.
Sir, you could 2-3 minutes you can.
Yeah, I'll complete this almost. And this is the communication networks, all with mobile, web, broadcast, and social media, toll free, because we are linking with the publics also, this one. So almost everything is there. Then at the last, I think this is the last only. Yeah, this is coming up in a big way. So let us hope if this can give a very modern systems in navigations, if it is really implemented in proper manner, and subsequently it carry on after the World Bank project is over. With this, thank you everybody for the patient hearing.
Wonderful. We will have now Mr. P.K. Raut on small vessel safety.
I'm taller than Pastor. That's why I'm adjusting this mic. Ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries of the dais, all professionals in front of me, my colleagues, state government, government of India, authorities, any personnel present, any officer present, students, and other who are present to witness this session. Sir Dhanpal sir already covered a lot of chapter in this safety, navigational safety, including implementation of rules, elaboration of all the Central Act rules, all these design construction factors, most probably the IT involvement in this safety. Thank you, sir. Your deliberation is very fine and your PPT presentation is very fine. It is very knowledgeable. But I am not, actually all the deliberation are based mostly on West Bengal state. But sir, because of my past experience in the Odisha state government service, I am going to have something regarding our state, mostly on the state. What are the navigational hazards, steps taken by state government, and what should be our action plan? Sir, first of all, yesterday Captain Mahapatra, I think Captain Mahapatra today has pointed out the necessity of regulations first. Why the regulations are required? It brought from the safety hazards. So regulations are evolved from the safety hazards. So this is the safety factor in all the type of vessels, not only for inland vessels, coastal vessels, sea-going vessels, ocean-going vessels, etc. So here is the PPT. It's showing the brief history that our waters, including all the Chilka Lake, that millions of people, the lifelines. These water bodies are the veins and arteries of our communities. As these reservoirs lakes connect people of the livelihoods, tourism, education and fishing. But despite the vital role, this inland water continues to witness some tragic mishaps which claim value of lives and disrupt our economy. Every year the state awards the hidden danger of boat accident claiming lives, disrupting their families and threat to our state economy. So, regarding safety in inland waterways had never been given importance in past. As being this inland water transport is being an unorganized sector. Now state government as well as central government observe the growing trend of the fatalities have come up with all the act and rules. And Odisha state government has also decided to go with these rules and come up with safety plans with all the pipeline departments. The state lead agency functioning under the Commerce and Transport Department and district administration. To address such issues of the boat mishaps, accident, loss of vulnerable lives, human lives, all leading partners need to sensitize these related stakeholders about the danger of unsafe navigation practices. So I'm going to think of the early morning, the picturization of the early mornings, Odisha, on Odisha's water bodies, golden rays of sun, tranquil waters, fishermen guide their boats students and children wave their, from ferries to the schools, people alive across the unconnected lands, traders transport goods through the boats, making pulse our communities and the backbone of the childhood, livelihood, tourism, business, and communities. So imagine the scene, shrouded in rivers, currents, unsafe navigation become unpredictable. The inland waters recognize risk of overloading, safety, mishaps, leaving scarce and families, communities, and the conscience of the state. So the clear picture is like this. Many vessels operate without proper registration, proper inspection, enforcement, rescue provision, and without safety equipments. Overloading is being rampant, stability ignored. As sir already pointed out, the stream stability has not been taken care of in all these inland vessels, particularly our state is concerned. Bad light navigation is completely ignored. If you go to the past of some mishaps in Chiliga Lake, all these boat capsized due to this bad weather and bad light. No one is there to accept this bad light navigation. Rescue operation after the boat mishap often very slow, scattered due to the real-time monitoring. We cannot save lives. Lack of proper awareness amongst the users of the boat. I have some statistics of the boat mishaps which have been brought from the Directorate Ports and Inland Water Transport. These are the tables which are been from 2018 to 2024. It may not be, it may be some, there are some changes, but this is the figure which I got it. So around a small 2 to 3 persons per year have been casualties reported from the police information report from police stations and our inspection team. And I compared with the national statistics where it is too high. Odisha noted to be or marked to be low in the national figure. Maybe due to less number of boats registered, we have around 4,000 boats registered and almost 50% boats have been license renewed, inspected properly. That's why we have a low number of casualties. So I want to focus on state government initiative for the safety aspect. That is implementation of Shahid Bajirao Naujatra Suraksha Yojana during the year 2017-18. So government recognizing all the skills have come up with or have decided to drop the inland vessel rules for Odisha state following the IV Act 2021 and subsequent rules developed inland vessel rules 2022 to 2024. All these rules chapters have already covered by sir. I don't want to narrate on this. So because in our previous Odisha boat rule, there are some lacuna regarding the impose of penalty, offences, enforcement, rescue operations, insurance packages to the mishap or those who have casualties. Then understanding all these, state government have introduced a public oriented safety scheme, that is Bajirao Yojana, where all the boat owners will get 95% subsidy to avail these life-saving appliances from state government. And all the government and PSU boats are free from depositing any fee. So that was very rampant and vibrant response from the public. And I'm going to give the how many are during the period compiled till January 25. The life jackets total procured and distributed among the beneficiaries. Those are given in the table. There is a left of the corner of the screen. you can see. So life jackets, we have procured 26,864 numbers and distributed 24,135 numbers. Life birds, 5,121 numbers and distributed 4,247 numbers. We have also procured and distributed small 1 kg fire extinguisher. This is portable one. That was 1,900 numbers were procured and already distributed most of that to the beneficiaries. And the government administration, mainly the Tahsildars, district administrations, BDOs have helped to identify those boats operated under their jurisdiction to help the Ports and IWD Directorate for the distribution to the real beneficiaries. Those beneficiaries come under the perfectly registered and licensed boat only. Unlicensed and unregistered boat are excluded from the scheme. So I'll just focus on the role of the state government and local lead agencies on safety awareness. To focus on state government's path forward to ensure the safe navigation, some commendable steps have been initiated. Launching of safety jackets for passengers in all boats and all registered fleet boats. Empowered district administrators for appointment district surveyors and to restrict high-risk voyages in particular routes. The district administration has already announcing the risk of navigation during the rough weathers, and they're announcing to the local areas, rural areas, for not to use their boats in the rough weathers as predicted by the IMD and others. Rolling out the public awareness campaign since last 2 to 3 years. We have installed awareness hoardings, what to do, what not to do, for the users of the boat in all vulnerable ghats of Odisha. And this department has taken a lot of measure, and this has been done by hoisting all these awareness hoardings for the public awareness program. And actually some vulnerable ghats also identified for development ferry service through ro-ro vessels. Also, the government has also initiated some developing of the connectivity and improvement of the jetties for all these waterlogged areas. We have also upgraded the online registration, renewal of all boats operating inland water through a friendly software application, that is Boat Information Management Systems. Now it is operating and functional also. We have also identified and involved all these local boat launch association office bearers for the safety awareness programs. As far as I have talked what the government has taken steps and what has been implemented, I have derived one water safety action plan. This is to be beneficial if it is properly accepted or implemented in future. That is proposal for introduction of integrated water safety action plan, IWSAP, by the Department of Commerce and Transport, and the water action plan can be beneficial through 4 each. I'm sorry. Water safety action plan. So 4 each, that is, one is education, engineering, enforcement, emergency care. So education, what do you mean by education? This involves water safety education and training through website, social media campaigns. This will also help to minimize the errors by educating the users and the boat operators regarding others of safety rules, safety guidelines, safety requirements of the boat. What is about engineering? Already Sir has talked about the IT involvement, all the engineering aspects. So I don't need to focus on that, but use of technology for improving the standard of the boats, to reduce the vessel mechanical failures, as Sir told, and use of modern equipments in boats, which may be cost effective in future it will be more useful and more effective for to reduce the boat mishaps. Enforcement. One of these factors we have been very much lagging behind, because this factor, it is very difficult as to enforce in the road transport department. Because on road we can enforce a vehicle, see a vehicle, seize a vehicle for any offenses. But in water we cannot do this. So the most regulatory arrangement to ensure the use of the safety appliances and lack of the regular statutory parameters, we cannot enforce these boats. So we need to focus on this enforcement, imposition of penalty, seizure of vessels with a proper arrangement. That has been, I think it is covered under IV Rules 2041, that's under draft. Then also, I have also derived some water safety pillar. There are, I think this one. I'm sorry. Yes. What are the factors affecting the water safety? Pillars. That is, here it is. Awareness, as I told you, awareness and education, safe use of vessels, safety equipments, rescue operation, and enforcement. The key objective of this water safety action plan or water safety pillar is to review the initiative actions, commitments, and the achievements through above noted safety pillars as per the various suggestions issued from Honorable High Court orders, Honorable Supreme Court orders in filed PILs. These can be derived to implement all these safety factors. So a lot of PILs has been filed before the Honorable High Court, Honorable Supreme Court, and that is instruction has been received by the department in the past to implement all this. So now I have given it 4 number tables, given a comparison of the Odisha Board Rules 2004. I think it will be elaborate. I don't need to focus on the details. So what was the Board Rule 2004? It governs the basis regulation, survey registration and licensure, but legally insufficient to the address of the safety standards and the penalties. Procedure for survey and inspections are outdated and not compliant to the present condition. It lacks design construction chapters also, which are covered under the draft inland vessel rules for Odisha, which were drafted by NINI. And I have worked almost 2 to 3 years with Captain Solanki at NINI on this chapter. So I think it is already public notified in the 22nd May 2025. I don't need to focus on all these features of these rules. See this? I think some missing there. Laptop. Please come to the next. Next. Yes. No. Previous page, please. Okay. So we have some sustainable approach through these key pillars. That is key factor number 1, the safety administration. So this is to be taken up at the district level. We have to build up lead agencies, creation of safety insurance funds. Insurance funds, as I discussed with Captain Solanki, that has been developed. just like moratorium fund of the transport department from the users of the boat, that is ticketing system. Accident investigation, precaution, adherence of safety guidelines, which all are discussed. Then marking of navigational channels, identification and elimination of dangerous spots. Monitoring high-risk routes, especially during monsoon. Marking dangerous spots by solar powered buoys. Declaration of water bodies into zones as per the wave heights. Then key factor 3, that is enforcement and regulation. Already I have discussed. We need to focus on the proper inspection and certification of vessels. Audit of inspection and survey, which was not being done earlier. Appointment of qualified vessel surveyors, removal of used and unsafe wooden boats. Ensure the use of safety equipment boats, and enforcement against use of unregistered and non-licensed boats, and timely removal from operation. Strict compliance to the enforcement against the safety parameters. Then key factor 5, this is safety training, awareness, rescue operation, trauma car. Already we have discussed, nothing to add more. And this safety aspect number 5, key number 5, which is most important, that is mandatory training and safety awareness. This is most important. We need to educate the illiterate fisherman who is operating the boats, not aware of the knowledges, boats, parameters, safety aspect. So this has to be done by creating the bridging course or any short-term course, as already mentioned by Sri Danpar sir. So I don't want to focus on that. So the training aspect, Captain Sola can cover up. So these are the very important factor so as to reduce the safety hazards in the boats. Lastly, before I convey, I want to address that every individual life lost in the water is a family irreparable loss and is a community trauma. Everyone is in trauma, and also, moreover, loss to the state and country's economy. The inland waters can be beautiful only if they are safe. The economy of the local people can be flourished if tourists explore more about this treasure and when they feel they are protected. The safety and protection of lives in inland waters demand commitment, action from all of us. We are all, not only the government body, not only the PSUs, not only the user, everyone has a responsibility to demand this aspect of water hazards or water safety. I think I will I'll just address Longley Frost for his initiative in all safety plans. In past, we have tried our best to convince safety awareness programs, but due to some bottlenecks, we could not do it. But in future, under the guidelines of the Frost membership, will do workshops on water safety in all potential areas, which the people of Odisha remember that the organization can do for this. So, long live Frost. Thank you. Lastly, I want to show one video prepared by this department. It may not be compatible to all, but the sense and meaning it can be observed because it is prepared in Odia. So just give 2 to 3 minutes. I will want to show on one video, TVC program, what is prepared by this department. Can you show, please?
ओडिशा निजर उत्कृष्ट कला उन्नत संस्कृति एवं भरपूर प्राकृतिक विभव पाई आज सारा विश्व में प्रसिद्धि लाभ करिछि। जार बुकुरे बही जाउथिबा धमनी भली नदी मानक सुंदर अववाहिका सह कविंक लेखारे भूस्वर्ग साजिथिबा विस्तीर्ण ह्रद एवं दूर दिगंत व्यापी समुद्रर नील जलराशि आउ सेथिरे शोभा पाउथिबा बदलुथिबा ऋतुर प्रतिबिंब सतरे मनमुग्ध करे। बही जाउथिबा जलर प्रभाव परे समय सह संस्कृति रे परिणत होइतिबा नौवाणिज्य परंपरा ओडिशावासी हृदय रे एक स्वतंत्र स्थान अधिकार करिछि। वाणिज्य कारोबार ठारू आरंभ करी स्थानीय साधारण जीवनशैली रे विशेष स्थान अधिकार करितिबा जलपथ परिवहन ओडिशार अर्थनीति सह पर्यटन शिल्प को एक विशेष दिग निदर्शन करिबारे सफल होई पारिछि। एही जलपथरे गमनागमन करुथिबा स्थानीय बासिंदा एवं प्रतिवर्ष आसुथिबा लक्ष लक्ष पर्यटकଙ୍କ नौयात्रा को सहज और सुरक्षित करने उद्देश्य ओडिशा सरकारଙ୍କ द्वारा गठित बंदर एवं अंतर्देशीय जलपथ परिवहन निर्देशालय द्वारा एहार सुपरिचालना प्रति विशेष दृष्टि दिया जाउअछि। ओडिशा सरकारଙ୍କ विशेष तत्वावधान जलपथर विकास एवं साधारण जनतांकर सुरक्षा निमंते ओडिशा नौका नियम 2004 मसीह प्रणयन करने द्वारा जलपथरे नौकागुड़ी को सुरक्षित परिचालना सह राज्य उन्नतिर एक आधार रूपे परिगणित करिसेंति। मात्र आकस्मिक खराब पाणीपाग परिवहन निमंते व्यवहृत डंगा और लॉन्चर सठिक रक्षणाबेक्षण एवं यात्रींक सचेतनतार अभाव जोगु नौका दुर्घटना रे अनेक धनजीवन क्षयक्षति घटिଥାଏ। एठारे स्वतंत्र तालीम प्राप्त सरकारी नौचालक एवं तालीम प्राप्त स्थानीय नौका चालकों द्वारा पंजीकृत डंगा और लॉन्च द्वारा जलपथरे गमनागमन परिचालित हेउछि। एठारे थिबा जलपथ परिवहन विभाग तरफरु प्रतिदिन नौका मानक सुरक्षा जांच सह दुर्घटनारू रक्षा पाइबा पई यात्री मानकु स्वतंत्र भावे सचेतन करा जाउछि। ओडिशा सरकारଙ୍କ शहीद बाजीराउत नौयात्रा सुरक्षा योजना द्वारा पंजीकृत माझी को 95% सब्सिडी दे प्रत्येक नौका पाई लाइफ जैकेट, लाइफ बॉय एवं अग्नि निर्वापक यंत्र भली सुरक्षा उपकरण जोगाई देउछन्ति। नौकार साधारण क्षमतारू अधिक यात्री गमनागमन उपरे सरकारଙ୍କ कटकणा एवं प्रतिबंध फल आज डंगा बुड़ी भली दुखद घटना को एड़े दिया जाई पारिछि। प्रतिकूल पाणीपाग किंबा दुर्घटनारू रक्षा पाइबा पाई प्रत्येक यात्रींक पाई लाइफ जैकेट बाध्यतामूलक करा जाइछि, जहा फल रे लाइफ जैकेटर व्यवहार द्वारा यात्री माने पानी रे बुड़ीबारू रक्षा पाइबा सह आपातकालीन स्थिति रे उद्धार कार्य रे मध्य सहयोग होई पारुछि। एठारे सरकारଙ୍କ तरफरु गमनागमन पाई थिबा यात्रीवाही मोटर लॉन्च रे हाराहारी प्रति 5 जन पिछा गोटे भासमान लाइफ बॉय रो सुविधा करा जाइछि। भासमान लाइफ बॉय साहाय्य किछि भी जलपथ दुर्घटना रे यात्री माने एहार व्यवहार करिबा द्वारा पानी रे बुड़ीबारू रक्षा पाइबा सह सठिक समय उद्धार कार्य संभव होई पारुछि। सुरक्षा को नजर रे रखी प्रत्येक नौकारे अग्नि निर्वापक उपकरण बाध्यतामूलक करा जाइछि। एहार दैनंदिन जांच एवं सठिक परिचालना द्वारा आकस्मिक यांत्रिक त्रुटि एवं अन्य किछि कारणरू लागिथिबा निया को नियंत्रण करिबारे सक्षम होई पारुछि। विभिन्न आकस्मिक दुर्घटना रे यात्री मानक प्राथमिक चिकित्सा पाई नौका मानकरे फास्ट एड बॉक्स बा प्राथमिक चिकित्सा बाक्सर सुविधा करा जाइछि।
एबे जो काल बैशाखी जो ग्रीष्म ऋतु होउछि एटा को समय होउछि को समय हो नाही से कथा मध्य आम जानी पारु ना। जदियो बोट जाइछि जदि किछि असुविधा हला ताले हमको गवर्नमेंट प्राप्त जो हमर लाइफ जैकेट, लाइफ बॉय आउ फायर स्टेशन जंत्र देछन आम से साहाय्य रे पर्यटक मानक पिंधै नहीं परिभ्रमण करू। आउ जदि किछि अकस्मात जदि किछि हुए तथापि ए लाइफ जैकेट, लाइफ बॉय रे लोक मध्य उद्धार हो पारे।
आमर 50 सीटर लॉन्च अच्छी, 30 सीटर लॉन्च अच्छी, 20 सीटर लॉन्च अच्छी। एबी भी गवर्नमेंट आमर स्पीडी लॉन्च भी 3टा देइछन। अच्छा से सब लाइफ बॉय, लाइफ जैकेट, फायर स्टेशन ट्रेनिंग नहीं आसछन्ती। आमर भी आमर स्टाफ भी सब नाविक प्रशिक्षण प्रतिष्ठान क्रू ट्रेनिंग नहीं आसछन। एबे जो पैसेंजर सब आसछन्ती, टूरिस्ट आसछन्ती କିନ୍ତୁ ବହୁତ ଖୁସିରେ ଯାଉଛନ୍ତି, ଖୁସିରେ ବି ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି।
ଦୀର୍ଘ 20 ବର୍ଷ ହେବ ଲଞ୍ଚ ଯିବା ଆସିବା ବନ୍ଦ ହୋଇଯାଉଥିଲା, ଧନ ହାନି ଘଟୁଥିଲା। ସେ ତ ଫଟା ଫଟା ବି ମିଳୁଥିଲା। ଏବେ ଲାଇଫ୍ ବୟ ବି ଭଲ ଅଛି, ଲାଇଫ୍ ରାଫ୍ଟ ବି ଭଲ ଅଛି। ଆମେ ଶାନ୍ତିରେ
ଦୁର୍ଘଟଣା ଭଳି ଦୁଃଖଦ ଗୀତ କରିବାରେ ସହାୟକ ହେଉଛି।
That's wonderful. Good. Let's give a. It's not that Orissa government is not doing anything. We were all blaming. Now we have got a glimpse of what they have been doing. Congratulations, sir. Now, I would request Dr. Purnendu Mishra, sir, for his talk on presentation on examination and certification. I request all of you, if you can stretch yourself, we have to get ready for lunch also, no? Stretch yourself wherever you are sitting. Those who can stand for a second, you can stand. Don't want to stand up. Huh? I would like to stand up. Stand and stretch. This is a part of this philosophy. I request all of you to raise your hand and stretch. Yeah. Actually, our government is promoting this. Yoga is a part of any conference. Right. Right. Sir, please.
Honorable Chairman, sir, my fellow speakers on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, I first have a confession to make. These slides which I am going to show you is made on Gemini. Don't think I have made it. But what I am going to tell you is not made by ChatGPT or Gemini. It is 33 years of experience dealing with inland water transport vessels. So, to give a short summary of my experience, I begin with this. When I joined the Mercantile Marine Department, by the way, the Mercantile Marine Department, that is DG Shipping, Ministry of Shipping, is the authority to inspect and certify all vessels in accordance with the 1914 Inland Vessels Act and the Merchant Shipping Act. But because they cannot deal with it, so they gave it away, saying they give us exemption for this, and the ministry gave them, the President of India gave them exemption, and they happily lived with it for decades. So the state government had to bear the, task of conducting all the inspection, surveys, certification and all this. So when I joined the department, I joined as a surveyor, and I started, of course, I was doing ship surveys, engineering and ship surveys and all this, but I was also inspecting IWT vessels. And because I was a ship surveyor, I used to look at inland vessels in the same eye. Whatever strict regulations I used to impose on them, on the ships, I used to impose on these inland vessels. That was actually a crime, I think I used to commit. But that was the law. That is the way it was. There was nothing very different, because the rules were made in such a way that you had to impose them. Then I graduated after 2 years to start taking examination of candidates, inland water transport candidates, IWT candidates. So 1 year, the year that I was being approved for examination, there was a young candidate sitting in front of me, and I was told to ask him questions. And there were 2 other senior surveyors sitting over there, and they were in fact examining me. So I asked him a question. I asked him, if a fire takes place, by the way, that boat was 40 meters boat, if a fire takes place on your boat, what would you do? He gave me one answer. He looked at me and he said, you won't understand Bengali. It said, Shatar katiye palia jabo, which means I will jump into the water and swim away. It is so simple, so simple. I failed him. Then the senior surveyor told the gentleman to go outside, and then he asked me, why did you fail him? I said, what a ridiculous answer he is giving. He said, what is so ridiculous about it? In a 40-meter boat with a fire engine which can throw water right at the end of Hooghly, 25-meter hose, what do you expect him to do? Where will he go? He has given you the right answer. Shatar katia palya zabo. I had to call him and pass him. That was a life lesson. Never ever forget that. So what I am going to show you, don't go very deeply, don't read it. I will tell you what it is. You see, there are vessel, why I am going to tell you is, there are vessel classification in zones. There are many types of vessels. Not many people are aware of it. There are small vessels which are wooden vessels. There are bigger motorized vessels. There are vessels, there are catamarans. There are vessels which ply on the river, which are ferries, tugs, powered boats. Then now we have made these classes, and they are up, depending upon the height of the wave. And one must know that for the application, rule making is very easy. Let me tell you, very easy. KPMG can make it. But when it comes to implementation, it is the mariner or the authorized person of the mariner who has to implement it. Tough job, very tough job. And I'll tell you why it is a tough job. The inspection process. You know, I am going to mix certification and examination of the staff, the crew, and the inspection and certification of the vessels. Let me tell you in very simple language. Certification, examination and certification of crew is very simple. If you make the rules, if you make sure that he meets the eligibility, you allow him for the examination. Examination is generally orals, there is no written examination. Now only we have introduced some written examination. You pass him or fail him, he goes back. There is a temple near the MMD or this thing, he prays over there, goes back, he comes back next time, maybe he passes. Now, that is not the case for inspection and certification of vessels. The inspection process, let me tell you, many people don't know, many vessel owners, small vessel owners. The bigger ones are, if they are owned by corporates or organizations, even they don't know the inspection process. So the inspection process has to be explained to them. It is one of the tasks of the government is to make sure that they understand the process of going through the inspection. That's very important. Where to apply, what to apply, when to apply, the various rules that are applicable to them. One must have interaction between the government and these societies or the boat owners or something to explain to them what is necessary for them. One of the biggest drawbacks is that they don't know. If a surveyor doesn't know, that I can understand. There are many surveyors also who don't know. The role of the surveyor, mind you, over here in inland waterways, the surveyor, if a boat is made, the rule says that a naval architect is, if he has approved it, the vessel is fine. Why naval architect? Why not anybody else? Not marine engineer, not master mariner. One day Professor Mishra and me went to one boat builder, wooden boat builder. And we asked him, how do you make scantlings and all this? He says, by the same rules by which the Jagannath temple was built. And, you know, Vedic. The senior naval architect, he looked at it and said, looks nice, but on what norms? Well, the norms are some established practices from before. But the norms which normally current boats follow, for small boats, are from the Bay of Bengal, the scantlings that follow, are from the Bay of Bengal project, where Mr. Rath was engaged, very busy now. Mr. Rath was engaged, Bay of Bengal project. And the older versions of the boats follow the old Lloyd's rules of scantlings for small boats. They were the first ones to make ABS and Lloyd's. They were the first ones to make scantling because in UK they used to have boats for which the scantlings were made. Now, okay, so that is a boat is constructed, built, a naval architect approves it. I don't approve it, but the naval architect approves it. Sir, anything to say? Nothing. Okay. So the naval architect approves it. Fine, the boat is built. And let me tell you, if your boat is maintained, the construction generally approved by a naval architect is so good that we rarely have boat sinkings because of if it is built to specifications. What boat owners do? They will extrapolate it in their own way. 2 मीटर इधर ऐड किया, 2 मीटर उधर ऐड किया, एक fairing ऐड किया, one extension ऐड किया, and that is where the problem starts. So the role of the surveyor is extremely difficult, let me tell you. Even if he's a marine engineer or a nautical or is a naval architect or is this thing, he doesn't know what extrapolations have been made on a boat. And mind you, state government doesn't have marine engineers and master mariners and naval architects to do the inspections and surveys. They have mechanical engineers or something they have appointed, hardly, very few. Mr. Raut will say, they have a lot of tasks in their hand. Inspection. Chief engineer. Civil engineers who can't build houses come and do inspection of boats. Huh? BDOs, Block Development Officer. He is a BA graduate, and he also does inspection of vessels. Fine. So, basically now, there is a trend towards the digital transformation, and the digital transformation comes in many ways. You are going to have e-certificate with examination certification, I told you, is very easy. Digital transformation in, when we say digital duplicate, iteration of models. So these are all digital applications of course, not many may literally go by that rule, but if there is an organized system in the state, then possibly it is applicable. Actually, my point of telling you was this alternate inspection method. Let me tell you, the biggest problem in maintaining some civility in our inland water transportation is inspection. Certification is not a problem because if he enters it into a computer, certification can come, not a problem. And if the boats are registered, if the boats are unregistered, you will be surprised to know there is no penalties against him. You cannot pull up anybody and say you have not registered a boat, so I'll put you in jail. Sorry, you cannot put him in jail. You cannot take away, he doesn't have a certificate, you cannot take away the certificate. You tell him not to ply, he will say yes to you and next day he plies. So, there is another aspect of it that penalties and monitoring and control has to be very strong. But alternate inspection methods, we have conveyed this idea to many organizations. How do you do it? Whether it is, say, there are lakhs of small boats. How do you do? If all the boats, you saw Chilka boats, they all look the same. That means they are iterative models of one particular design. If they are all same, what could be common problems? And if there are common problems, how do we address it? We must identify those. And if you don't have inspectors, what do? Where's Captain Mahapatra? He's not there. You know, IMO had the same problem. They said if there is STCW for fishing vessels, how do you do? Norway, Denmark and all that, they all came forth and said, we have thousands of fishing vessels, how do we do? We cannot go and inspect each one of them. Many of them don't have the inspection, they are very expensive. So what they said was a self-appraisal. Self-appraisal or creating a digital twin and remote monitoring. Remote monitoring, can it be done? You can engage BDOs and CDOs and all this to do remote monitoring. No, I don't think that is the way it is done. Remote monitoring is by technology application, in which if there is a self-appraisal, because he should be held accountable. Accountability and self-appraisal comes hand in hand. If he gives a self-appraisal, which he doesn't want to meet the surveyor, he doesn't want to entertain the surveyor, he doesn't want to go and collect him and all this nonsense, he doesn't want to hold up this boat for this thing, he fixes up a self-appraisal on an annual basis and says, my boat is fine, I have done so and so repair, there is no leakage, there is no this thing, you have a checklist, KPMG checklist, good, bad, ugly, all that. So you make one and say, this is fine. Then remote monitoring or surprise inspections is used to keep control and monitor. And that can be done only if you have some strong penalties in place. Many of them are nowadays, they have drone inspection. Now you can have a drone going right up to that place and seeing. They are doing tank inspection with drones, they are doing underwater this thing with drones. And so you can have drones seeing exactly where your damage has taken place and the repair that needs to be done. And classification, again, we have our vessels. When we wanted to, one big question I raised, Captain Mahapatra also raised, we must have a separate classification process for inland vessels. Inspection, regulations. Now, currently, for the inland vessels, the IRS has got small boat rules. And they have made some classification, I don't know, I have never seen it, but they say they have made some inspection and classification method. Inspection and classification method of small boats? What is this happening? Are we going the Gora way? I don't think that is really applicable. I mean, I would make a fervent request to IWI and others to actually take this up. You must have, or we must have, independent inspecting, classification and certification wing. And that classification must be very, very appropriate to the industry. Digital information, that is what I was talking about, that the information must be passed on from his cell phone. He should be able to fill up the form and give every man has got a cell phone. I remember sailing vessels and fishing vessels, we made a rule for that wooden sailing vessel made in Tuticorin, which goes all the way to Dubai carrying potatoes and onions, and one lungi-clad man is there, he is the Tyndall captain, master, engineer, he is everything. And we told him, fit ECDIS, fit IPER, fit, foam firefighting system in your engine room. They have a small engine room for going out of the port and coming into port. All ridiculous. I mean, that man, he had one answer. He said, sir, if I sink, there are so many planks which will come off the wooden boat that I can cling to it and survive out at sea. We had no answer. It's true. So the digital transformation must happen at the initial survey, annual survey, and the bottom inspection. Bottom inspection in case of bigger vessels, we can do it. We are doing it for big vessels, but for those Class A, Class B vessels of the inland water, we can do bottom inspection. Of course, nowadays it's not very difficult, but bottom inspection can also be done by remotely controlled drones, underwater vessels, and it can be done very easily, and whatever repairs have to be done. Now, in inland vessels, in sea-going vessels, the classification society says if there is a crack here, you put 3 welds over here, go to the next dry dock and do it. Inland vessels cannot have that type of arrangement. They do not have a system by which you can put this thing over here. He can immediately get it done. That's not a big problem. Or he can make some jugaad to make sure that it goes, that cannot happen in this thing. So if a classification society comes over here, it will say the same thing. It will say, no, 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 you hold on, you do this, and all this. So classification society, no, no. Conclusions. Sir, I am within the time. Okay. Alternate methods of inspection are available and be adopted. I am a very strong believer of this. Standardization of structures is essential. That means boat structures, boat designs, we have plenty of it. And we have excellent naval architects. What is the problem? And why should a traditional boat builder keep him separate, keep him apart? A traditional boat builder, if you tell him, no, you make it slightly this way, he will do it. Why not? We have tried it. It's not difficult. That can be done. Standardization of structures is very, very important. Interoperability of operation must be well defined. There was Mr. Rao talking, telling that fishing vessels can become passenger vessels overnight, fishing vessels can become survey vessels overnight. Now this is unacceptable. I mean, a passenger vessel carrying so many passengers just for the case of tourists, it has happened to us when we talk to stakeholders, the same thing they say, sir, what will we do in the lean season? That's not my problem, bhai. What will you do in the lean season? That doesn't mean you start carrying passengers and one day your boat upturns, people die, and then there is some stupid compensation. There is no accountability. By the way, do you know, many of these small boats are not owned by the tender. They are owned by a cooperative, a lala or a big fellow who's sitting in some big city, or he owns 50 boats or 100 boats. Same thing for sailing vessels, same thing for fishing vessels. He, the tender or the charge, whoever call him, he is not really accountable by law for the boat, and he cannot pay. His license cannot be cancelled, and the insurance, if they have a cooperative insurance, pays very happily. That they do, because they have this. The corporates have this monthly, annually contribution from these people, and anyway there are just one or two big owners to look after, so they don't have any problem. Monitoring must be tech driven, like I said, drones, cameras, fiber optic, methods. There are so many ways. We had this problem of fitting EPIRBs on the ISRO gave us an EPIRB that was so big. The fishing vessel or the boat will sink because of that EPIRB. So we have to reject it. Rath sir is there, he will know. Then we said we got one from Norway. It was 5,000 rupees. The minister said, oh, 5,000 rupees is too costly. You have to make it cheaper. No, 10,000 rupees. Make it cheaper. Finally, somebody made an app which could be got on his cell phone. And basically, that is what worked. Many, this innovation is also there. In Kerala, I remember the Kerala boat owners came to us saying, we want to run all our OBMs with gas. Who will approve it? So we sent it to IIT Kharagpur. IIT Kharagpur Chemical Engineering Department, they worked on it and all that, and finally gave us a letter. Then the DG asked me, do you think we should approve them? I said, of course. IIT Kharagpur has said, and then they are placing the cylinder outside, so they fine. There is no case of explosion, there is no fear. What is the problem? And remember, believe me, Kerala, most of the boats operating with OBMs or even with internal embedded engines over there operate with gas. It is such a safe transition which they have made and cheap. But we tried it in Chilka, it didn't work. I don't know why it didn't work. And control must be stringent. Very difficult control standards. I am telling you, if you ask me, the heads of all the state departments are there, can you go and fire a fellow on this thing or impose some fine or tell him that you cannot sail tomorrow? Impossible. They have societies, they have cooperatives, they have political connections, and every type of thing. I mean, Captain Solanki will know this, Captain Bagh will know this, Shri Raut will know this. Very difficult, and I know this because I have faced this many, many times. So, I'm ending this. I have a lot that I can talk to you. I have a lot out of experience that I can tell you. But overall, let me tell you, if I have to cut it short, inspection and its methods are the toughest part in inland vessels. So with that, please take this as a message. Thank you.
Sir has almost decided to take many of the naval architects out of the job. Okay, but that has been wonderful, sir. Short, brief, and sweet. And let's have Solanki sir now. The last word is always Solanki sir's, right? In inland waterways. Yes, yes. Right.
Thank you, sir. I think it is a great honor to be speaking in front of mentors, guides, and professionals here. And the idea of my presentation also is basically, I'm looking for a solution because we've been writing rules for different governments. So it's basically, I will spell out what is the quantum of issues and quantum of problem there, and then to find the best solution in the given scenario. If I go back, how these rules came about, or the act came about was, actually I started into operating vessels and boats. And that is where a number of problems were faced as I started initially itself. To get cargo was a bigger problem. So why the cargo was not given was because there was no insurance of cargo easily available on these type of vessels. I, in fact, tried to, because it was expensive on the vessels which we were operating, so I thought maybe it will be, once the cargo was secured, then there was a repeated requirement. We did one voyage, this was a case of basically transporting bagged cement from Farakka, Ambuja cement to Patna. So we did one trip at a loss, so I thought maybe next trip will be better, did that. Then it was not working, but somehow it took me a lot of time to get Ambuja's interested in the project. They said, okay, we'll give you a COA, you do, and we will give you 300 tons every month, if required every week. So then I thought maybe I approached smaller vessels which were available, but then they were not registered. So then that problem came in. And why they were not registered? Because there were no rules, regulations went to the West Bengal directorate, I want to hire these 10 boats, so why don't you register? So there are no rules for them. We cannot register them. All those problems were there. And similarly, other problems related with when we were having this Ro-Ro vessel, we wanted to do a trial for MOL. MOL wanted to transport, in fact, construct a LNG carrier for transportation of gas. So that now we wanted to do a trial initially. So we thought that on the Ro-Ro vessel itself, we can carry trucks. Now for approval of those trucks, it took me 1 month to carry just a temporary pilot. We wanted LPG trucks to come on board this Ro-Ro vessel and do this trial from Haldia to Kolkata. So initially, I went to IWT director. They said, we don't have any rules, nothing is there. You go to MMD. I went to MMD. MMD Calcutta says, okay. Initially they agreed somehow, and then subsequently they said, no, this is gas. We are only permitted to do hydrocarbon. You go to Department of Hydrocarbon. Department of Hydrocarbon says you go to PISO. So eventually, it became an issue. Now I have a client to whom I was a consultant, MOL from Japan, and it was, forced through from right at the top. Our Prime Minister was there, and the Prime Minister of Japan instructed MOL to come and invest in the sector. You can see the force which was there, and still we wanted to do this pilot, and it was getting difficult and difficult. Somehow then I went back to IRS. I said, let us find some sort of solution pilot. You give some vague this thing, and let us go on board. And whatever safety measures you require, we will do that. So then we did some safety measures. We did risk assessment. MOL person was there. I was there. So finally, we did that pilot with the risk totally on my company or self. So now, because of all this, we thought that the IV Act, which is being drafted, it should take care of that you can say IWT Directorate or IWT Department or IWI should be self-sufficient to make rules for even special category vessels. That's why this special category was added into these into the Act and into the rules. So now, if we see the definition of inland vessel is now very vast. So that has made the problem even bigger. So that is what I am trying to say, that the context which was earlier only IV, now it is not just IV, it is much more than IV, because it is covering everything which is not covered under MS Act, in a way. It is MS Act or no, rest everything, non-mechanical, mechanical, everything which floats is basically IV. So the quantum of problem which is there with the IWT directorates or the maritime boards is much, much, much bigger, which anyone can think of. And that's why we need a solution which should be out of box, where all the professionals who are there, they must come together and support it. What is the objective? The objective is inland vessel. Basically, what we are looking at, safe transportation of passengers and cargo in a sustainable manner. So that is the basic objective, preamble of the Act itself. Now, the Act has been you can say, again, notified for these objectives: promote economical and safe transportation of trade, simple, uniformity in application of law. So that is where we need to have standards. As I was saying, these are small vessels. We want number of entrepreneurs to come in. As I was stating earlier, in the Jal Marg Vikas project, we got terminals built in, invested a lot of money, but there are no vessels to carry cargo. The government, we went to government of Bihar, they were ready to give cargo, first right of refusal to IWT sector, but no vessels to carry that cargo. Why no vessels? Again, it's a round robin thing. Because there was no uniformity of application, you go to the bank says, no, I do not know the value of the vessel. So then you have a valuer, the cost of valuer. So initially itself, to construct a vessel becomes a very expensive affair. Therefore, it has to be economical. Then the main objective is safety of navigation, protection of life, cargo, prevention, pollution. And I'm coming to the last one, that is the construction, survey and manning. Because eventually we have made rules, we have made Act, we have made rules, we have made procedures, and now it comes to implementation. How do we implement it? What is the, in terms of manpower, who is going to inspect, as Sir stated, and the manpower who is going to man these vessels. We have to train them. So actually, there's a need for training, not only the manpower or the crew who is going to operate the vessel, but also for designers, also for surveyors, also for trainers, training of trainers. It is a different ball game. Everyone thinks, I have sailed on vessel, I can start teaching in IV sector. IV sector is a different, totally different sector as compared to FG sector, because the number of machinery is much lesser, number of equipment is much lesser, the crew is there is uneducated, 8th pass, 10th pass. So therefore, the quantum, that means in case of DG shipping approved institutes, we are teaching 12th pass DNS boys who are coming well educated, so it is very easy to get across to them. But when you have somebody coming from 10th or uneducated, then the you can say delivery requirement is slightly different. So same thing regarding the inspection of vessel, as it was said that you cannot just cut and paste from ocean going vessel come to IV sector. So that is the now inland vessel types. What are we looking at? We are looking at everything, you can say displacement, non-displacement craft, wing ground, seaplane, hydrocraft, everything comes as inland vessel. So that means it is not just mechanically propelled vessel, it covers everything. And mechanically as well as non-mechanically, operating in all sorts of zones. Earlier it was only rivers because zone 1, zone 2, zone 3 were not there. Now you have also, you are going outside the baseline. So you have that. Also you have river sea vessel. So that means it can go outside even in inland waters. And also you have a SCO, that is a 5 nautical mile inland water corridor. So that means now area also is increased, number type of vessel also increased, and we have also included special category vessel. So that means the quantum of work which is there, or number of vessels which is there, is much, much, much larger than what we have thought of or we think of. If you say 12,000 is registered, so inland vessel roughly around 12,000 registered. If we take off also add on non-mechanically, mechanically around 30,000. If I take unregistered everything, it will come to about 2 lakh plus. So that means we want them to come in this, because when we open the sector for example, water sports, now they also want to ply non-mechanically propelled vessel, unregistered, registered, they are plying, and that's when the accidents happen. When accidents happen, then becomes a bigger problem. Like one happened in Gujarat, now they want to register all the vessels which are there. There are no rules for them, because even in the rules which have been drafted in the new act, we have not taken into account existing vessels. So what has been left is whatever is a new vessel, that means whose keel has been laid after first enactment of these rules, and those are new vessels, rest is all existing vessel. So that means existing vessel, it does not say registered or unregistered. So anything which is existing is basically before, which is not new, is existing. So that means they can be registered. So there is an option of registration there. Now they want to be registered, but there are no rules. So that's where the associations like Naval Arts, Institute of Naval Arts, or FROST, or CMMI, IMER. So all these associations need to come together and frame requirements for such type of vessels also, so that the processes are easier and they can be implemented, and we can use the resource which is already available instead of scrapping them. The bureaucracy says, okay, scrap them. I remember in case of Andaman incident happened, 1 year there was no vessels approved. So then IRS came in. And the problem with IRS is we had that in Assam. In fact, myself and Dandapat had recommended IRS to Assam government when they were doing the conversion of these vessels, making them marine. They inspected because they are hybrid also. Wooden bhi hai, usme steel hull hai, upar mein wooden hai. Yeah, it's all sort of. Now IRS has got only rules for steel, so or wooden also to some extent they adopted from LR, but subsequently after I think 4 or 5 vessels, they said we cannot do this job. Now those vessels, the money is there, everything is there, people, they want, but nothing can be done. So that is where I think there is a gap which exists in the industry. I think zones, sir has already explained. I will category A, B, C. Now it's all basically also sir explained, so I will skip that because of want of time. Now I wanted to give, this is the definition in the act. Now you can see the quantum of vessels which is registered. Anything which is floating, you go to, you just read that, it can be used, purpose, accommodation, anything, whatever, because we did, when we were you can say drafting this act, we did 5 conferences across the country, starting from Delhi, Bombay, Kolkata, all back in Noida. So like that, we had done number of conferences, I think one in Chennai. So like that, we had done so many conferences, and this was the input that they wanted everything to be taken in, where they should run. So that's how this definition is there. So because of which the requirement is huge. Then the special category vessel. If you see the definition, anything which you want a vessel for a particular use, purpose, function, utility, means of propulsion, design is different. So that means you can cater to anything and everything which floats you think of it and it gets covered under special category. So that means there has to be provision of drafting rules for such requirement. If I have got an idea, and now we have startups. So that means if there is a startup, somebody wants to use a specific material, which is light and everything, but there is no present rules for that. So somebody has, that means there must be an association or something to whom, or a pool of experts to whom the ship owner or something can go that we want this, and that must be recognized by the designated authority and the competent authority. So that is what is required, and that is what is the problem, and that's what I am. The government has done a lot of work. IWI has done exemplary work in all these years to develop the act, rules, and at a very forced time constraints. In very short times, we had to develop these rules and promulgate them, and also modifications. In fact, amendments have also come out of them. I think 5 rules amendments have already also come, and that is the, you can say, mindset of the bureaucracy in IWI and the shipping ministry and this government presently. You can say they are not averse to amending rules. The rules which came in 22, the first amendment has already come in 25. Number of amendments have come. That means the industry has to speak up. Industry has to also, partner with the government to make this sector work, and that's where our role comes in. This is presently in the rules. So I have highlighted classification society. The reason is they themselves have a limited manpower. They are limited by their own thinking and concepts. They have brought up to inspect at certain level, not easily to come down to a level of what we are talking of. So therefore, that is where the need for another agency or for specific to inland water sector is required, as in the morning Captain Mahapatra also had highlighted, and Sir also did. So that is where we are looking at. Now what it says is, there is a design construction rules, schedule is given. After that, you can follow the requirements of the classification society, and it must be designed for survey of classification society. The problem with classification society is, because when we are drafting these rules, we have done number of stakeholders meeting, 5-6 stakeholders meeting in different states, and the ship owner, the boat owners or vessel owners come up with the problem is that it took me 8 months to get his plan approved, and a vessel not even registered to come to a stage where to start construction. So that means there is a problem. 5 days for a vessel to be surveyed. That is one. Second is fee. 55,000 rupees is one-time visit. He will make multiple visits. Now the cost, or if I give my example, I was operating a vessel. My profit per vessel was 2 lakh rupees per month. That is my profit. Now if I start giving the surveyor 55,000 rupees, he will come, and his level is different. He does not know IV rules. He is trying to implement everything as per his classification rules and mindset of ocean going. So therefore, vessel is delayed. 50,000 per day is my cost. 4 days if the vessel is held up, 2 lakhs is gone down the drain, plus the fees, etc., everything. So that means there is not only the regulation part, is also the cost component, which is prohibitive for the sector, and that's actually a hindrance to the sector. So therefore, we need to think out of the box to come out of these issues and find a better solution so that the sector can grow. Again, category B, zone 1, another problem which is there basically again with regards to rules, when we are talking of LSA, FFA items, when the vessel is operating only in the rivers. So why there is need for a boat live boat to be carried when the either side is 200 meter, you have a bank. it may be better, as suggested for government of West Bengal, that you have rescue crafts along the ghats, so they can cater to the accidents at the ghats as well as this. Instead of, suppose you have, in case of West Bengal, in the KMA region, there are 85 ferries which are operating. Now, 85 ferries means if you implement certain rules like this, so that means that extra boats, all of them may not need, but say even 20 needs. That means you are carrying 20 boats. But if those 20 boats are there on the vessel, which will be only maybe in an incident sometime used. But if you put them on the ghats, so then they will be probably more usable resource. So that is where we need to actually think. So special category, now the problem requirement of the state is they have to identify what is the state special category. There is no wherewithal, very limited states have got limited manpower for identifying what is a special category. The rules for special categories have been drafted again because it has been done with the time constraint, but they are not detailed. Now when the rules are not detailed, so inspection becomes more difficult. Onus comes on the surveyor. Surveyor is hesitant to pass the vessel and the vessel is held up. So therefore he is looking for a solution. And now I know a vessel which is a CNG, basically CNG fueled vessel, but there are no rules. Now if he goes to class, vessel will never see the passenger. Now what does he do? So he came to us at Nini, we discussed with the government of West Bengal, we formed a committee, we visited the vessel, we have given them some recommendation. Now we have to get an order from West Bengal that we do that on behalf of government of West Bengal. So if we are able to do, maybe we find a solution. Otherwise that vessel, that poor fellow has invested roughly already 4 crores on the vessel. Now his vessel is held up for getting registered, and so that is where issues are there, because the rules are there, but certain things have been rightfully left for the state, because each state has got, it cannot be standardized, everything cannot be standardized, because each state has got different working environment. As I've stated, that the environment in which the vessel is working is different. For example, in East Coast, we are talking of rivers. If you go on the West Coast, it will be backwaters, and you have creeks where they are more exposed to rough seas, etc. Where in the rivers, etc., inland rivers, for example, Brahmaputra, Ganga, in Bihar region or Jharkhand region, there is no such exposure to sea. It is limited. So therefore, there has to be different. That's why it was left open for the states to decide on certain requirement. But the problem is the states do not have that kind of capacity. It was never thought that this kind of capacity is required. The departments are, for example, in Bihar, it is the irrigation department to some extent. Now it is slowly they are forming a department. Same thing in UP. In here also, now we have a Odisha Maritime Board. Earlier it was IWT Directorate with mix of, in fact, the surveyor's background is either mechanical engineer, civil engineer. Same thing in Brahmaputra, in Assam. Most of the surveyors have got a background of mechanical or civil engineer or different. So therefore, since it's not that, nothing against the engineers as such, or either mechanical or civil, but it is a special, now the requirement has become different. The requirement is bigger. The risks are bigger. In the olden days, it is wrong to say, accidents would happen, one would not know. Today an accident happens, it will flare up across the country and it becomes a major issue. Even for the person who is inspected, he will be behind bars, because the courts will take cognizance of that, and that is why therefore there is a requirement that we have some system in place. If I just roughly calculate, for the present, just if I take 12,000 registered vessels, 150 surveys are required for if they work every day. If they work every day, 150, and how many we have? In West Bengal, there are 2 surveyors, both mechanical engineer. In Assam, again, 1 surveyor is there. In Odisha, I think none. So that means there is limited, and APL4. But still, you see the yeah. See, now it's very difficult. So, what I'm saying is that actually, and in the process of doing this, drafting the rules for different states, so what we made a procedure of empanelment, so that you can empanel person who have got those surveyor qualification with experience, and they should be member of minimum 2 associations, professional associations, because it is envisaged that the professional association should actually get involved with the process of improving the systems, procedures, standards, because the government as well as the industry requires their professional skills so that the business can continue, and the poor person who is actually, I would say, Jal Yatri, he is not affected. He is not deterred from using vessels. As initially I faced problem for cargo, they would not give me cargo. Pani hai, cement carrying in inland vessel was clearly no-go. Fertilizer we carried, again clearly no-go. How many meetings I had to have with IFCO and the cement companies to give me cargo on a steel registered inland vessel, which is basically built under IRS, but since they did not recognize IFWT certificate, they said no, we need, so I had to carry out a special survey for getting a certificate for carrying cement for the first time on the Ganga. So that is, these are the problems which were there, for which we need a solution. So we can see these are the surveys which we are looking, so not possible. Application rules to existing inland vessels is not there. We have wooden, hybrid, I mean, so much of combinations which are even existing vessels is there. So we need to find a solution to them so that the poor person who have already those vessels do not go out of business and their livelihood is not affected. Classification society rules for inland vessel, presently category A and category B, is enforced. Category C is left to the states. But states, now for West Bengal, we had drafted certain, ran through sir also, given to them. Now they are saying the technical authority who is the technical authority who has approved these rules, who is standing by them. So that means there is again, he is looking for some backup. Either IRS, because it is more or less recognized. So we need a recognized, IRS will not certify because they want their rules to go through. So now we have drafted something, so to which there is a question in West, we will answer, we will get out of it, not a problem. But I am saying that there is a requirement for the agencies which we were discussing in the morning to come. I think training is, there's nothing. There was nothing in training. IV sector was all learning on the job. Training came in with the IV Act subsequently. Now there is an induction training. Existing crew, he has to go through 5 basic safety courses. Thereafter, he has to do a conversion course, GP rating to IV. There's a bridging course for people who are illiterate. For them, we have got a literacy and numeracy course that has been defined. But it is one at Nini Patna. What about the rest of the world, rest of the country? So it is envisaged that every 200 kilometer of a waterway, there must be a crew training center which will cater to this kind of requirement. Unless until that is not there, it is not going to happen. We will keep on doing this and the trade will suffer eventually. Initially, you can say entrepreneurs may come in, but they will run into problems because if one accident means the complete trade stops, and that leads to waste of national resources, waste of manpower, and employment again becomes a issue. So it's a bigger problem which we are looking at. So we need to find solutions, including training institute. I think the draft for approval of training institute for IV sector is already out and for comments for 1 month. So maybe one can look at, and the state governments need to think of allowing the private sector to in this IV sector for training. Otherwise, there is nothing. Not possible to train the requirement which is there. Not at all possible. We will not be able to do even 5%. Forget the numbers which you are talking of. So that is there. So trainers, presently we have masters engineers who are approved and NCV. We brought in NCV category can also be trainers, but we need to actually train the trainer courses. Instructor, all IV sector first class can examination, written, oral and practical. Presently there is written and oral examination in the IV rule, but practical is also will come in because we are talking to European Union, MCA, so that they recognize our inland certificate. So again, there's an issue there. When I was talking to MCA, one of my classmates happens to be there in MCA. He said, we can talk to DG Shipping or a central agency. We cannot talk to states. So eventually, there may be a requirement of an exit examination or something like that, which is conducted by IWI or a central agency, so that the certificate which is issued is a Indian IV certificate, not a Odisha government certificate, so that it gets recognized internationally and we can have a bilateral agreement with those countries so that it becomes our, you can say, man force, which is well trained here subsequently, can be trained, can be employed across in the other IV sector. We have got, when I compared the training modules, etc., developed here with the assistance of IMU, Maritime Boards, Captain Sasta there, Captain Khara, and Captain Solanki. So all were involved in that. So I think we are actually there. Whatever is their requirement, we are in fact meeting whatever is the EU requirement. EU has got a training requirement. But what was missing was a practical requirement. They also need a practical for this because it's a completely skill thing. So maybe that simulation, etc., would need to come in there. Discussion, as I said, register of inland vessel, design, special categories, surveys, innovation. So we have to find solutions. So we are looking at basically these are the points with central examination body, exit examination, so that employment and migration can happen across sectors, across country, and that pool of surveyors to assessors. Also in the IV Act, we had built in where if an emergency happens, most of the time we are reactive. Accident happens, I remember when the accident of Assam happened, accident of Andaman happened, we got a call, so from Nini, IWI, we went there, saw the, but it's reactive. So now, so therefore, taking that background, we had built in emergency preparedness in the Act, which actually empowers the states to employ assessors or keep on panel assessors. So so that and who are assessors are all professionals, so that they can be on board. You don't call them reactive. You can make a plan for you are prepared so that the first is that sort of thing does not happen. And if it happens, you have the manpower ready. Like we also designed a course which is called Jal Yatri Sahayak course at Nini, which is again not a reactive, because after the incident of Assam, the accident happened just 100 meters from the jetty, and we could not, people lost life just 100 meters from the jetty. There was no one, by the time the things come in action, the lives were lost. So Jal Yatri Sahayak, who can be a volunteer or employed by the government, one or two at so he's ready. You train him to be a first rescue response. Like you have those, I think in beach, those swimming rescues were there. So something on those sort. This course is designed for 1 week so that you can train the IV crew to be a Jal Yatri Sahayak. So these are the gaps. I think I have tried to, whatever issues were there, we can find the solution. The Act is good. Thank you. Sir, please. Yes, yes, sir. ऐसे ही आ जाएगा सर, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। हाँ, आपकी आवाज़ बहुत पावरफुल है।
Don't leave it. Hold it for a second. Now it is.
Sorry, thank you, thank you. No, I've got a question, I've got a, query. You see, Captain Solanki talked about empaneled persons. In Merchant Shipping Act, we have something called authorized persons. But believe me, in decades, it has not worked. We have tried because the economics don't work. The empanelment, if you say company master managers, institute of engineers, सब बड़ा बड़ा आदमी है, कोई उसमें काम नहीं करेगा. But what I liked, I mean, just a suggestion, what I liked was IRDAI's approach. That is certified surveyors, insurance surveyors. If you have IWI certified surveyors, if you make they have to pass an examination. If they have this thing, then I think it will work out. The economics don't work out otherwise.
Actually, sir, what we have done is at NINI, we have been doing this for last 10 years. We have empaneled surveyor. That does not mean that anybody who's got a master FG or meeting the qualification, he is a surveyor. So what he does is he has to meet the minimum requirement of whatever is there in the rules. And subsequently, we have put in additional that he should be a member of 2 associations, any 2 associations. Reason is that we want the associations also to, fees, what we have done is for the fees, if the fees is given to a regular surveyor, then it is as per the government. If you use the surveyor from the panel, then the surveyor fees is per day, I think 6,000 rupees. That is what, yes. That is what we have. It is there in the fee structure. So that the vessel owner will pay, and vessel owners are paying because see it is when
Sir,
his business is getting affected.
8,000 is accepted now. Yes, government is going to come out. 8,000.
So that is what. So there we can discuss. We can find because. Going back to IWI to authorize again, IWI does not have that kind of manpower to authorize a surveyor. We have at NINI, we have developed a course for training of surveyors. There is a 5-day surveyors training course with who's meeting the qualification. There are 3 requirements to be empaneled. One is experience, second is professional association, and third is he has to do a course. सब है मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर भी है नेवल आर्क है उसमें शिप बिल्डर है एक्सपीरियंस्ड
I think we have got a good topic for discussion over lunch. We'll discuss this. This is a very good topic to discuss over lunch. That ends the session. We thought that we don't have many things to discuss. 2 hours we were thinking it is too much, but we found the speakers could effectively bring about large number of points which really, we have to think about. Food for thought. And it's a profit. Return on investment is very high. Return on investment is very high. That's wonderful. And we have actually, I'll just briefly, conclude. Dandapat Saab has actually brought in what is lacking, where we have a problem. He has also come out with some of the solutions, but globally he could tell us what are the problems. And his experience, global experience, he has brought in, and how something is happening elsewhere. And he has said that everything, lawlessness is there in West Bengal, but they have done a lot of things, it can be the best. It could be the best place where all the laws will be followed. Both he has said. Very good, sir. Thank you very much. And he has brought in an IWT safety action plan. That is wonderful. I'm sure it will happen. And the river information service, I suppose it is for the whole India. Is it for the whole India, sir? Yeah. So river information service for the whole India, that's quite good. You should. I agree. But it's for, and then, but he has looked at only Hooghly River safety, passenger and, the vessel safety management. So that also you should look for the whole country. If it is put on, air, and, there has to be a satellite assisted. Yes, service. It's a service. Good. Congratulations. Let's give a big hand to him for bringing about. Yeah. Actually, if Rautsa was not speaking today, all of us would have felt very bad that Odisha is not doing anything. We would have had a real bad opinion about Odisha government. Why they are not coming out? Are they not seeing all these possibilities? Actually, Raut Sahab has brought about what are the regulations that exist. There are so many regulations that are existing, we are not using it. And, I'll tell you, Orissa is not only the Puri and all the temples that is there. There are some magic places in Orissa, so many of them. Of course, the sea receding and you can walk in the sea. All those things are wonderful, which many Indians does not know. There is a village, Mangal Jodi. Mangal Jodi. I don't know how many of you have seen Mangal Jodi. Just see, it would have been better if we were all seeing that. Unbelievable place. So Odisha, there also if you have to go, you have to get into a small boat which does not produce any sound and which goes through that. It is also an IP. Yeah, it is an inland vessel. So Orissa has fabulous things around. He has brought about that it also has efforts put in at the right places only. It has to be known to all. And if we adapt and if we bring in the government into action now, through this sort of seminars, conferences and societies, definitely there is willingness from the government. Yeah. Oh, great, great. Great, sir, great. So a lot of good things are happening. There is reason for, again a frost conference here because we'll be able to see, crocodiles. And then, Purnendu Mishra sir has brought in some facts and figures and he has brought in what practically is possible now to bring in. He has said digital transformation is happening and this digital transformation, if it has to be used effectively, you have to have standardization of structures and you have to have an alternate method of inspection that has to be brought about. A digital twinning and, instead of going and inspecting the vessel, you will be able to, through sensor, that information through satellites, it will be passed on to your digital twin. You can monitor that. So this is a wonderful thing and in the coming years, we have to have reality and that's what is going to happen. And he has told a self-appraisal. A self-appraisal is something we have to have people responsible for it. And if they are not following it, stringent punishment should be given. This is stringent control is something what has to be done, which, India is at present very, very considerate. That is one problem about abiding of the rules. And then, as such, Captain Solanki, every speaker was pointing a finger at him. This Solanki sir is taking care of. This Solanki sir is taking care of. I'm sure your shoulders must be very strong. We are all sitting on you. And their forum is sitting on his shoulders. And he has quantified and qualified what exactly has to be done to address this problem. I really appreciate. We should give a big hand to all the speakers and a special category rule is applicable to Solanki sir. A special, clap for him because he is finding job for all of us. All the retirees also he is trying to engage. So a special thanks to you. Thank you. With this, I think this session has been very good. Now, if you are able to give the gift, eh? Yeah. Yes, sir. Sir.
Rules and regulations for small craft vessels are more stringent than the ocean-going vessels. So, how can we reduce the cost of maintenance and survey of the small craft vessels? I think that we should look into.
Absolutely. I agree. I'll only 1 second I'll take. One of the professor of IIT Chennai, he's a naval architect. Naval architect, he was teaching naval architecture for many years. He has constructed a vessel by himself, a small craft, inland vessel. In Kerala, he wanted to get it certified. Last 3 years, he could not. And he told it's not possible now, I have to scrap the vessel. A naval architect who was making internationally reputed yachts in Dubai, he has come to India. He thought now he should start doing something in India. He started a boat yard. The government could successfully close it within 2 years. So this is there. That is why we are all together. When we are all together, things will happen and we'll be able to do better. You have something to say? Because you are a successful person in the midst of all this trouble. Yeah. If, we have enough to discuss over lunch, let us discuss and come back quickly. We have over, half an hour we have consumed, already eaten away. Now that much. So let us continue with Madhu, madam.
All right. Thank you, sir. It was a fantastic session and very well summed up with by Dr. Manu Korula. So we'll not waste our time. I request Dr. Rath to please present the mementos to the speakers. Yeah. First, sir, to Mr. Dondapat, sir. Next, let us present the memento to P.K. Raut, sir. Next, we'll present it to Dr. Punnindu Mishra, sir. Okay. Next to Dr. Captain Ivy Solanki, sir. Now I request Professor Mishra, sir, to felicitate Dr. Manu Korula, sir.
Raha, okay. Just 1 minute, 1 minute. There is somebody whom we would like to felicitate. This person is a member of Frost, has come all the way from Bombay, is the glamour of this lovely gathering, has done yeoman service not only now but throughout the year. And I think none of our technical sessions or technical literature or whatever we do, whether it is website or whether it is, putting up on the website or any other technical literature, we could do without this person. And I would request the Professor S.C. Misra, the President of Frost, to felicitate the star of the show, Madam Madhu.
Now we can go for lunch and half an hour, 3 o'clock will be back. हाँ. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So after nice lunch, now we are having the next session where we will have innovation. It's an innovation session. So first, foremost, I would like to introduce our next chair who will be chairing that session. He is Dr. Bhardwaj, sir. Sir, can you please come on the dais? He is Naval Research Board Member Secretary, Dr. Bhardwaj. Please give a big clap for him. Sir, first we'll be distributing a prize for our competition Codec 2024, which is challenges and opportunities in design, engineering and creativity. That is Codec 2024, where our students, they participated and they have won their prizes. So first, please give away the certificates. I'll call out the name. The first prize winner won from the team, there were 7. And Karthik Anand Pandey, please come and receive your certificate. And he is from Samudra Institute of Maritime Studies, Lonavala, Maharashtra. All one by one come. 7, be ready. Karthik, come first. Rishi Raj, from the same team, from Samudra Institute of Maritime Studies. Okay, he has gone for sailing. Zoeb Ali. Zoeb Ali, please come. Yeah, same team. You be there. Yogesh also. Parth Ingle. You all can be here. Then I call for the afterwards. Now I call upon the second prize winner. All right. The first prize winner, they got 10,000 rupees as prize money, and already it is there in their account. So that part is over, yeah. Now let's go to the second prize winners. They got 7,500 rupees as prize money, and it's already in their account. So let's call upon Farooq Adamu Musa. He is the second prize winner from Marine Engineering, Robotics and AI Department, C.V. Raman Global University, Bhubaneswar. Then Heva Velangoda Sehan, please. The second prize winner from C.V. Raman College, University. Then David Isuja. Another clap for them. We need to motivate them. They did well. This is especially for all over India, the students, they participated. The next one, Olavale Hope. Hope, please come. Your name is of Hope. Next, we went for the consolation prize because they made an effort and they tried to do their best. And it's rupees 1,000 for the team. Sarthak Kumar, please come. Sarthak Kumar? Come. Khushi Agarwal. Yeah, also C.V. Raman. They are also from C.V. Raman. So they did well. Then Chandan Kumar, again from C.V. Raman, consolation prize. So challenges and opportunities in design, engineering and creativity, Codec 2024. So that particular program is over for this session now, but we have our first prize winners who will give a short presentation. Please, first prize winners, come on the dais. Yeah, they've already.
Good post-lunch. This thing where we are starting with innovation and creativity. Generally, when we talk about innovation and creativity, generally we talk about intellectual property, protection, and all those things, but not every innovation is, submitted to an intellectual property. And not every intellectual property is an innovation. That is something else. But innovation itself, I mean, in India, we just talk a lot about, say, it is sometimes called as Jugaad, particularly Indian innovation, but it is not about Jugaad. But innovation is about finding a solution which nobody has found out within the resource constraint. The resources could be time, money, our team, our knowledge. Within that, finding an effective solution which nobody else found out. That is the simplest thing I see about innovation, and it's indeed very nice to hear youngsters doing the innovation. Let's hear your innovation. Perhaps you can just take slightly around 10 minutes. Yeah.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cadet Kartik Anand Pandey, representing the Samudra Institute of Maritime Studies, Lonavala. And today I would like to introduce our project, our prototype, and our creative innovation project Shodhak. So before starting, I would like to mention in the Codec 2024, the theme was we have to make a solar powered ship of around 1 meter length. But while we were thinking to build the ship, we thought, why just to build the structure? Give it an application. Something new, something that no one is doing currently. So after consulting to our different faculties, different naval arc faculties, our captains and chief engineers, they all suggested to one option, that is a research vessel. So our project MV Sahu is an research vessel. Before starting, I would like to just mention how motivation from the research vessel got up. So there are few government initiatives called Namami Gange and Sagarmala project. In Namami Gange, there is a separate section called river effluent monitoring system, which basically means all the industrial waste given out by factories are to be monitored and are to be checked whether they are following the set regulation or not, whether they are polluting the rivers or they are following the rules and regulation. Other thing, the Sagarmala focuses on river mapping, connecting the rivers and studying India's topography and riverbeds. So here I would like to show our project, Shodak. We built Shodak, the researcher, to be a force multiplier for environment monitoring. It is a solar-powered twin-screw catamaran that is autonomous, efficient, and intelligent. We engineered it to combine three essential functions in one scalable platform: bathymetry mapping, water analysis, and advanced collision avoidance system. This vessel operates when large vessel cannot, with a shallow 6.6 centimeter of draft, transforming how we gather critical data and on river health. The core capabilities are like starting with the data acquisition. The ship is equipped with 3 sensors. One sensor is used to map the river, study the depth of the river. All around the year, the river depth changes. So this sensor will help us to monitor the river bed. Second thing, you can see we have water analysis. For water analysis, we have 2 main sensors. One is pH sensor and one is turbidity sensor. Earlier I mentioned about river effluent monitoring. So these 2 sensors are basically helping us to monitor the river water. Third is smart energy. As I mentioned, the ship is solar powered, and there is one more innovation along with in the solar panel. Like we are having an auxiliary solar panel that I'll explain you in a few minutes. The fourth thing you are watching, remote IoT. The ship is equipped and configured in such a way that all the data collected is sent to a cloud-based server. Currently, we are using a Blink software on which anywhere in the world I can access the ship data using obviously login credential and password, and we can monitor it. Also, the data is being stored in our laptops in Excel format. Here you can see our journey from scratch to building the whole ship. The engineering design was chosen for its stability and low hydrodynamic resistance, enabling higher speed with less power, perfect for efficiency. The material is lightweight, PVC from board coated with fiberglass and robust integrity. Previously attending the seminar, I heard few presentation on FRPs. So we have also included our own FRPs. We have used epoxy resins, and it has been strengthened with wire mesh. For this part, I'll call upon my colleague Parthingle.
So for controlling our ship, we are having Raspberry Pi, which controls the ship with help of giving signals from remotely controlled vessel, and the controller, which is Arduino Uno, which are taking the values of pH and turbidity and giving it to the main controller, which is Raspberry Pi. And the Raspberry Pi has been linked with the server, which is feeding the data to the server. So if the server is not working, so it can also store it by self, and after coming back to the show, the data can be regained.
So as I mentioned, you guys, the ship is built with multiple innovative creative things. Here we had an idea to extract as much as solar energy as we can. So having multiple solar panel was a good option, but carrying them just hanging overboard was not an wise idea. What if there is a bad weather? What if there is any fault? So it would affect the stability of the ship. So our MV Sahu is equipped with retractable solar panel. In the video, you can see the solar panel is getting retracted and open up. The logic is that if the battery percentage is less than some critical value, the automatic system will automatically enable the solar panel and will open up the solar panel to extract more power. On the above, you can see we have the main solar panel. Exactly below that, the auxiliary solar panel is situated. Talking technically, I would add up the main solar panel generates around 21 volt DC maximum, and the auxiliary solar panel is designed to generate 18 volt DC. Let's get to one more innovative and creative part. Collision avoidance system. Our ship is basically man-made, and during man-made operation, there can be a situation where there can be connectivity issues. Due to connectivity issues, there can be some situation where collision hazards can be there. So the ship is equipped with two ultrasonic sensors, one on port and one on starboard side each. The ultrasonic sensor is calibrated in such a way that it is continuously measuring the distance. And as soon as the distance falls below any critical value, or let's say the ship is going to collide from one side, the ultrasonic sensor will give feedback to our main controller, and main controller will bypass the remote control and turn the ship in such a way that the ship is being saved. So talking about multiple innovation, there is one. There you can see I have attached a photo from our cloud-based server, which is giving us live data. Let's talk about data acquisition. Obviously, after building the ship, we had multiple sea trials. We took our sea trials in 3 different conditions, depending on the battery percentage, on how ship will react. So here you can see with 100%, with 75%, and with 50% of battery percentage, how the ship will react. The main attractive point of this model is its turning point. I would, in the coming slide, I would show you one video in which the ship is turning on its own axis. Basically, the turning circle is so minimum that the ship is turning on its own axis. Actually, the ship doesn't uses any radar. The GPS locations are continuously giving us the data, and which is live fed with the server and in the Excel file stored. Finally, here is our video of our ship running remotely. Actually, the video speed has been increased. That's why you see the ship is wiggling a lot. But the speed is very much impressive. And the swimming pool is in our campus, so we tried that. And there is one more video where we were trying our ship in our lake. So currently I haven't added the part. The length overall is around 60 centimeters. On concluding, our project is not just a project. We didn't plan it just for making the model. We have planned to take it more further, motivating from the Namami Ganga and Sagarmala. Currently, we are planning to take this one step further, like having this on our own name, so-called patented. So we have started the patenting process, and generally it takes around 1 year. So within 1 year we have been patented, and further we are currently looking for investors who are interested to partner with us. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Great. Perhaps we can just take, if there are any questions, couple of questions. Anybody? Or comments?
Sir, we have the video. It's around 1.5 minutes long.
Can you just try to play it?
Please give me 2 minutes, sir, please. less production value. So there won't be any good profits and 30 lakh rupees per ship. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes. Sir, as in earlier we have thought to get it commercialized and we predicted a cost of around 30 to 35 lakhs and getting return on investment.
And perhaps one other route to go. Of course, there's a selection process for it. Every 3 or 4 months, for example, we are announcing a Dare to Dream contest. Of course, the money may be just sufficient for you to make a prototype, and not certainly taking it to a product. Fair enough. But this will not be the prototype. You can take this prototype to the next level of real, say, product proof of concept level. Of course, this contest gets announced every 3-4 months. This is one of the schemes. There are a couple of other government schemes also. DRDO scheme is this Dare to Dream, where you pitch in your idea whenever the contest is announced, I think.
Thank you so much, sir.
Nevertheless, I can perhaps take offline with you. There are some ways by which you can get funding from certain agencies which encourage youngsters like you to actually take it to the prototype. But one thing, you should be very clear how much money you want.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Just like I mentioned about, just like you guys mentioned about DRDO funding, we have studied Namami Gange, Government of India is also funding. And we have planned to present our pitch to the government and somehow if we are lucky.
Any more instructions?
Yes, sir. There was some technical issues with the power. With
Thank you. Any other, comments or questions or advices? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, and there are enough, perhaps I'll take it offline, there are enough ways by which there should be the seed for, say, converting it into a proper entrepreneurship. Yeah. Just, yeah. Just I'll ask one quick question before I just ask you, before we go on to the next event. This actually, Professor Mish also hinted that in the process, I mean, you told about a lot of innovations. Which do you think is the most innovative thing and which was your toughest challenge? A very generic question actually, but I can just try to understand this.
Earlier, if there was one part that we were going to include, like completely automatic operations, we somehow managed to get the code sufficient enough to work on that. And uh, also we have tried it in our swimming pool as well. It didn't work that much well. Like we had our GPS and we just had to feed the GPS coordinates, like the current location and the final location. And if there is multiple points, I have to just mark multiple points. The ship will automatically navigate. So we tried it, but within, I guess, 3 point, it was getting successful. After that, it started getting deviated. So we intentionally didn't include this part, but I didn't mention it, but this was the most innovative part. And if I talk about this complete model that I have presented, the auxiliary solar panel part was quite more innovative, because I have seen multiple practical ships having solar panels, but having this type of structure I haven't seen yet. Although sensors can be used on any ships, but this type was quite innovative. And the hardest part of our project was uh, getting the code done. Actually, we all are marine engineers and we are not coders. So it took us around 2.5 months to code everything, and we did all it by scratch by ourselves.
That's great. That's great. Great to know. And thank you. Thank you. And a nice round of applause, please. Now I'll call our innovator who has come all the way from Vizag, Mr. Ali Asghar Kalkatawala. I know him for several years. Initially, he used to come to our lab after his studies, post-graduation in Germany. He just used to come and talk about robotic kits, but then later he just collaborated with, taking advice from Dr. Manukurla. He first did a very innovative product, which was, I think, autonomous life buoy, if I correctly remember, and then later that got him interested into a lot of autonomous platforms, and now he's very much into all these small autonomous platforms, which he's going to talk. Honey, I Shrunk the Ships. Yeah.
A very warm good afternoon to all of you. It's after the lunch, so I hope I am having an awakened audience, and it will be really interesting. I remember when I was very small, there was a movie, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Now, you used to see it getting the tape. It was an American inventor who invents a gun which can shrink humans to small, and the whole movie. So when Mr. Sir was asking me to send a writing about what I would be going to speak, so I was just thinking what should be so that it is connecting with the maritime innovations. And then this struck me that what we are actually doing in our business as a startup is we are basically shrinking the ships. But the most important aspect over here is not shrinking the environment where it is operating. And that is where the real difficulty lies. So, welcome to my small presentation, sir. I am Ali Asghar Kalkatawala. I am the Chief Technical Officer of our startup, SAFE Automation Services, fondly known as SAFESys. I'm based at Visakhapatnam. And it's Honey, I Shrunk the Ships. We are basically a startup, a defense tech startup out of the program from the IDEX, Ministry of Defense. It started with the Defense Innovation Challenge in 2019, and we were able to win it. And from there, we developed unmanned surface vessel. So that was what we developed was a battery-powered, self-propelled lifebuoy. So we were the IDEX winner to be able to complete the project in a record time, record budget, and the first IDEX winner to get a product approved by the Indian Navy. All Indian naval ships have this product, and since 2021, and it's been actually, by God's grace, we have actually saved 10 lives. I'll speak about the product as we go on. So that's the biggest achievement for us. In 2023, we won another challenge of IDEX, which is a completely autonomous beach check device. I remember during our discussion, there was a point of beaching coming up, basically. So that really put me on alert, because we make systems which do completely autonomous beach check for the Indian Navy. And these products we have developed right from the scratch. It has gone through the complete TRL level and inducted in the Indian Navy. So a complete product, a commercialized product, a mill-grade product. So these two products we have designed, developed, and delivered to them. And apart from that, we do a lot of R&D, and as we move ahead, we'll just discuss, and I'll show you actual videos to show how it is shrunk the ship, but the same environments. Had the chance and opportunity to present the product to the Honorable Prime Minister in Defense Expo, and Honorable Raksha Mantriji on a number of occasions. As a startup, we were awarded as Indigenous Ingenuity Champion Award. This award basically celebrates startups, who make everything in domestic, basically, make in India. So that was one. Thank you, sir. And we had applied for that, but by God's grace, our application was so strong that we even won the Best Startup of the Year of India in the 2023. A number of patents on our name. So this is our actual product. It's just a 1 meter system, beam of 0.7, a catamaran, and it's a small 22 kg system which can go at the speeds of almost 15 knots to save the person who's in distress. The person can hold on to that, and you can get that person back. Number of naval concepts have been put into this, because this is a maritime platform, a naval architect's platform. Concepts like high-speed planing systems, wave piercing design, the most important, self-rightening. And as I come to the end, when I come to the end of the thing, I have credits for the people who have been behind my back, so I'll keep it reserved for that. A small video just to have. So I think the music's not playing. It can withstand up to sea state 4. That was a video, and this is an actual demonstration just to showcase. This is a cyclonic sea out at Goa. And being with the marine industries, looking at the wave conditions, I'm sure you all know what sea state it would be. In this particular condition, we actually were doing a demonstration, and we were able to quite happily target the lifebuoy to the area where we wanted to do, and we could do a very wonderful demonstration. So as we move ahead, you just see it. In such a condition, it's actually impossible for people to go out. So that is what I said. We have shrunk the technology, but the environment is still the same. That's what makes it the most challenging for us. And more so because I am from a mechanical background, not a naval architect. This is another small video. It just, you can also so pulling a bed across. I'll just have a small thing and move it across. Now, I will always say good about myself or my baby. But this is something which just last week,
The life-saving buoy, that life buoy which is there, which is a
Vice
self-propelled
Chief of Indian Naval Staff.
designed based on our requirements, but it has got use all over the country. And if that is picked up by the life-saving agencies or the state governments or whoever, the police, etc., so many lives that are unfortunately lost at sea due to accidents and incidents. Normal tourists who go into the water and venture, non-swimmers. I mean, you have this, you don't have to have a swimmer. It just goes out on its own and a person can hold on to the life buoy. So nobody has to get into the water. You're controlling it remotely. So it is a classic case where an item has been developed based on the requirements given by the Navy, but which has got a widespread use. In fact, in every village which is there, or every town or every tourist spot which is there, it can have that life buoy, and we can save lives in future.
This is a classic sales pitch which I would be putting it across to someone, but that has been put up by the Vice Chief of the Naval Staff, and that has a very strong impact for us. Now, taking that forward, we have a platform. It's a catamaran platform. We have added sonars onto that and given it to the Indian Army for their different operations in different sea conditions. Our very first unit, we sold it off at Rajasthan desert. So that was quite contrary to what we were. We made a product which was suitable for the Indian Navy to be used on the coast. First delivery was at Rajasthan desert to the Indian Army. But yes, wherever there is water, this can be used. This is a same product on doing a sonar application, and we get a complete profile. And these are all industry-grade sensors ready to be used. This is another platform which I said is a beaching device. It's a complete product, just 2.1 meters in size, can handle sea states 3+, self-frightening, goes up to speeds of maximum 10 knots. As I said, sometimes being ignorant is a bliss for us. So being ignorant, we don't know that where there's a Froude number calculation by which you can control the speed. So we just put in power and we get that speed. So that's something, it's a good for startups, just do it and you can get the results at times. So we have integrated, cameras, we've integrated multi-beam sonars, we've integrated side scans for this, even given it to the DRDOs for their applications. This is the actual systems. This is a small video showcasing the actual self-writing, which we do it at our tub level.
Complete reverse.
We even achieved self-writing for our bigger catamaran hulls, 2.3 meters in size. So something which was quite difficult for us, but yes, we got people who supported us for that to get it done. This is a small video of it in demonstration. And as again I said, we have made these systems for the environment. So this is an actual, in a demo, almost sea state 2+ to 3. You can see the white horse caps. And it's passing the surf zone and going out into the sea, deployed from the beach. It has single beam echo sounders, communication ranges going up to 10 kilometers achieved on sea, almost endurances up to 6 hours plus. So this is a bit of specs on this particular thing. It can do the complete wave frequency, wave profiling, semi-planing design. With the Indian Navy, when the product by which we have passed the trials, and this is now going to be inducted. The process is going on with the Indian Navy to getting it inducted. This is a nighttime video with the infrared sensors.
Here you can see it is recording, and the actual condition over there is something like this. It is a night time.
So just a demo of the video. So we have completely also developed the complete ground control stations for these. This is a complete 3-screen ground station, 1 meter in size. Put it over there with high-end systems and start working on it. 3 screens, video, one for the video, one for the, maybe if you're using a multi-beam, you have a sensors input from there and for the programming basically. This is another system which we have just developed. It's a completely handheld, fully rugged, military grade control system, almost around 12 to 14 inches in size, which can be used to control such crafts, a small and a rugged version of that. There are very few people in India who make water jets. And all our systems run with water jets, even though they are very small. So we have, for our systems, we have water jets of impeller size 52. And we have made more than 1,000 water jets. And with that as a background, when Indian DRDO wanted to do seakeeping and maneuvering basin test for one of the project for Cochin shipyard, with help from DRDO scientists, we developed the water jets for their seakeeping basin, maneuvering and towing tank. And it was successfully integrated into the system and integrated with the SBM basin to perform the tests. Yes. Now, this is all technical stuff. Now we are also into marine. So like we have also indigenized man overboard cradles known as Jason cradles. A lot of the people over here, experts, are from the maritime, both commercial and military. So you know about Jason cradles, which is used to lift a person from the sea. So in a horizontal position, if you have got an injury at the back or neck. So we have successfully indigenized this. This also has passed all the trials of the Indian Navy, and it will be in the process of being inducted. We are in the process of getting this Lloyds approved. So even though it's very simple, no technical as electronics involved, but purely a mechanical design. But yes, and when we did the trials with the Navy, we had the original Jason product coming in for the trials, and we found out that yes, we spent almost 1 year to perfect the design. Our design was much more, pinch-free, because when the pieces fold, skin can get caught. So a lot of those things we have studied, and we were able to get this thing done. So this is another maritime innovation which is part of it. As a maritime, on the surface, now we took the advice of our seniors, elders, dive deep into the subject. So we actually went from the surface into the ocean 2,000 meters down. So this is a TOT which we have taken from NIOT for autonomous underwater profiling floats. So this was just around 30th of last month with the CIA Partnership Summit in Visakhapatnam. So we will be preparing something like the Argo floats, indigenized versions of that, which will go 2,000 meters down. As it goes down and comes up, it takes up the data, conductivity, temperature, depth, and other data, and it keeps on free floating, and it surfaces and transmits that data back onto the ground. Being a marine-based startup, our always interest is with biomimicry. This is some small, attempt trying to take the biological, creatures, try to mimic them, and get a product which is efficient. And we always think that, the latest of the technology, we always say, it comes from the other countries. Why not our country? Why not we should be the one who drive the technology from them? So this is an attempt towards that. And that brings me to the end of my discussion. And here I very humbly and with respect disagree to what one of the very honored speakers said in the morning. Dr. Manura Korula sir said that his achievement was the twin catamaran. I very humbly disagree with that. I am one of his achievements. I wouldn't have been here had he not hand-holded me since 2014 and even till now. The complete design of my catamaran, the monohulls, and is all because of him. So the credit goes to him. And yes, sir, I am one of your achievements. Thank you very much, sir. It is always a pleasure that, I always think of, dreamt of this moment wherein in a public audience I could, thank him. I never knew when it would come, but I was always preparing my speech, but I forgot the speech, what I have to say that. But yes, it's impromptu. And I really hope you enjoyed Honey, I Shrunk the Ships, and look forward to having some questions.
Thank you, Dr. Kalkatawala. And well, Dr. Manu Korla may remember, and Professor Mishra in the first row is smiling. as we see the shape of the first product, you can remember some of the inspirations of the foil cat shape. So what I mean to say is that when we have an innovation, that was probably the first time I got introduced to Professor Mishra, we're doing a project called foil cat, which was taken to a prototype, but after that, it was not converted to a use case. But the sort of knowledge and technology that we learn through these projects, we never know where it will get applied. Dr. Manukarla advised me in that project because I just entered and Professor Mishra advised. And the knowledge that how a wedge behaves, how a energy saving device behaves, how a foil catamaran behaves, and all this knowledge somehow was inside Manu sir, and we needed somebody to actually convey to product, and that's how things happen. Having said that, any comments and questions, please?
So it typically is in the range of 5.5 lakhs. And then that is a basic version. Then we have a number of versions for that. And as I told you, like we have deployed more than 250 units with the Indian Navy. All Indian naval vessels have them. Indian Coast Guard has just, we are giving them around 130 units. And then different states like government of Maharashtra, Gujarat, that civil, it's a dual use technology, both for things. So till now we have developed, made more than 450 units till now. Thank you, sir. We are using that same system for our products.
He is asking whether...
Yes. No, we make it now. We do the complete casting, the complete machining and assembly, and we do it.
Mr. Rath's question is, can you make a water jet commercially for others?
Yes, if it is if there is a strong requirement. See, actually, as of now, we have 5 sizes of impeller sizes: 52, 63, 78, 110, and 130. My 52 mm propeller is basically a 3.5 kilowatt power. But when we go for the higher size, these are small systems, so they work at almost 10,000 to 12,000 RPMs. So we have scaled it. But yes, so now making it is there. So we need to just put in some effort to do the optimization to get it to the lower RPMs. But see, we are a startup. And if there is a requirement, we can make it for that. And that is why in the other models also we made it, because for the model testing it was required. They required it at very low thrust rates, so it was working really fine.
So at the higher rate, because NSTL model testing is a different funding. For the higher rate, you just told about 52. What is the highest rating that you have got in the water jets? That will perhaps answer this question.
Yeah, we have made a 130 mm impeller size, but power we have not characterized that. We have just that was run at only around 3,000 to 4,000 RPM, and it was actually giving the thrust for the model which was anticipated. So the full range we have not actually done the calibration. We can make it 8 kilowatt, yes. Yes, 8 kilowatt is possible. 8 kilowatt we can, in fact the 78 mm can give 8 kilowatt at almost 10 to 12,000 RPM. So you need high RPMs, special small motors for that. We can get 8 kilowatt we can get.
For that particular condition. So when he has to do different sizes, he has to fine tune it for that particular size and power. Now, DRDO has given helping hand to L&T in developing a water jet propulsion of 650 kilowatt. I think last week that project was completed. DRDO has to pay 50 crores to L&T as a hand holding for developing this. Technology has been given. And for product development, 50 crores as TDF, it has been given. Last week it was handed over. So every time when you say scaling up, we know the technology. But productionizing, there is a cost associated with that. And this can be compensated only when you have numbers. So when you say 8 kilowatt, he will be able to produce 8 kilowatt. But how many numbers order you give? 2, 20, 200? So that is the most important point. If you say 200, he will be able to definitely, the development cost he will be able to afford. But 2, you may have to partner in developing it. So this is one of the most important things. Then he has complimented me, I thank you for that. But there are hundreds of technologies that is lying on the shelf. Hundreds of technology, we have pleaded with people, kindly do it. This gentleman, the effort that he has put in. We were on the sea beaches and in the sea for a number of days, for each and every aspect, for creating a wonder craft like that. So it is the effort that has been put, hands off to him and his brother, both of them. Each and every system they have, created. It is a creation that has happened. A lot of hard work has gone in. If we all can do such kind of hard work, technologies will not stay on shelf, on reports. They will find places where it is supposed to go. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Professor Misra wanted to say a few things. Hands off to you. And safe seas.
So it is fully submerged as of now. But when it is planing, it comes up. And yes, it comes up, sir. Means the whole system little bit comes up. It is just
the question is, I'll just qualify the question to your language. The jet is basically the air, or the jet is going into the water? The intake is, of course, the water.
Yes. The out is going outside the water, yeah. It is a fully submerged system. So in fact, sir, I missed out one video. We have actually made also a high-speed craft, which can be used for attack. It's just a 2-meter system, can achieve speeds of up to 22 knots, can have a payload of 40 kgs. The bare weight of the system is just 55 kgs. Man deployable, take it out in the beach, put it, program it autonomously, can go and hit the target. It's a petrol engine driven. We have, I think I missed out the video over there in that, but yes, we have actually developed it, and we have achieved those things and sea conditions.
They are all planing hull forms. And the moment they start operating, the transom will be totally wet, dry. So once the craft start moving, the transom will be dry and the outlet will be into the air.
So we have both the technologies, and yes. So
what sort of cost would be there, and what depth would be required for this?
I will answer to you. What sir was asking for an 8 kilowatt water jet, we already have that, sir. We are getting almost 8 kilowatt water jet. So the high speed craft which I said you that runs with an 8 kilowatt water jet, I just need 12 inches of water, sir. And we have actually done trials at Creek in Gujarat, where there is a huge tidal variations up to 3 meters. And at times of the day, water gets very shallow. So our yellow color craft which you saw, that we have successfully done trials at Creek also. So we just need 12 inches of water.
All types of things. With the 8 inches water, 10 inches water, it will take up the sand also. It's a big issue.
Sir, so we have water jets, we have rim drives, we have open ducted propellers.
The question
Everything is there. So depending upon the boat which you require and depending upon the use case, we can put either of them. So if I put a rim jet drive, which we have, then even if it takes up a bit of dust or something, it will just throw it off. If I'm using a water jet, yes, I have to put a mesh. And unfortunately, many number of times when you're doing trials out at the beach in Vizag, the plastic gets sucked in. It happens. So, yes.
I think we have not yet got the AMC. We have got, Orissa, we have got the AMC, and also with West Bengal. Yes, it is an issue, like because the people who drive them, sometimes they drive them over sandbanks and all that. But the water jets, what we do is, they have this scoring and pitting. It happens. It's a part of life. They get pitted, but you can access it very easily, and then we put a surface putty and all that, and again go. So this we had.
We didn't get a good four-stroke engine. We still 15 HP engine in India, marinized, embedded. We couldn't find. We asked Kirloskar, we asked Cummins, we asked everybody. We couldn't find. OBMs didn't get any. So that's why I asked, if we select a water jet, because Chilka government in fact asked, or Chilka said we will subsidize it 50%. Can you provide something which has low noise, which has maneuverability and all this, and takes away the stupid outside engine, And we were looking for reversible propellers. We couldn't get.
But what speed are you looking at, sir? Speed. I mean, vessel speed.
Two-stroke engine, no, so exhaust became a problem, inlet became a problem, it became a problem. So we tried 80 decibels, it came down to 65 decibels, 70 decibels, but it didn't really come down. Careful, sir. We have to, So what we are trying to say is there a technology trade which we can do, and we can put it forward to the government, stating that such a technology is available where you can get battery operated.
Normally, this water jets, whatever designs are there, are for fairly high speeds. Like the ones which we have made, they are for something like 35 knots. This thing, so they are slightly bigger. Now, if your requirement is the one which we have given to MHA, that is very high speed. But if normally water jets for a low speed, normally that is not the preferred. Normally, it is not preferred. Maybe it has to be designed then. Somebody has to design that.
Because
Design.
Yes.
Slightly turbid water and then.
Yes, we can take it forward, sir. Yes, sir.
And particularly water jet at low speeds, we have the net positive suction pressure problem. So, yeah. So, yep. Yeah. So
We can take it forward.
we can take it forward, sir. We can take it forward. So you had a question, sir? Oh, he's on.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Good.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, I think one of the students have a question, so please, we'll just take the youngster's question.
Yes, please go ahead. First of all, you have made a wonderful project, right? If you want to come down to a facility and get some know-how, and we can always work together. Yes, please go on with the question. Yeah. Yes, we have added thermal cameras to our the rescue crafts also. We have added that. We have added that. We have added both day and thermal also. Both of them we have added. Yes. Yeah.
So you had a question, sir? You had a question or comment? Yeah. I think you had a question or comment, and then we had another conversation, please.
Yes, sir. So when we have designed it and we have done trials, we have done IRS test range trials of up to 2 kilometers in sea for the radio communication. Now this is a very small system, a 1 meter system, and the height is also around the craft as such, it is just around 8 inches, but we have a self-rightening structure which makes it a little more visible when you're on the crest and troughs of the waves. What we have actually seen in real life scenarios is once out in the sea or even in calm waters, you go 300 meters plus, visibility becomes very less. So you can actually control the system up to 500 to 600 meters with a naked eye, and yes, with a binoculars up to maximum 1 kilometers. That is also, after that you will not be able to control it. So what we say that 500 meters is the operational distance for a life-saving application, because in water, a 6 feet person is just an 8 inches football. So you will not even know after that distance that whether he is saying you hi or he is calling you for help.
So you're telling that it cannot operate it beyond 500 meters, because from shore, if think something, a boat capsized, say 1 kilometer inside a lake or a river, so this unmanned self-propelled lifeboat can help, or it cannot help?
Sir, see, our present life buoys are remote operated. So you are seeing the person who is in distress and are sending it to them. So 1 kilometer, if you are saying from the shore, I'm sure you two sir have sailed on the seas. From the sea level, it will be quite difficult to notice. The craft has the battery endurance and the radio range to go up to 1 kilometer also. But if you're controlling it from the shore, it will be practically difficult to control it. The craft has the ability to go that. So you can be somewhere nearer and then control him and get the survivors back.
Then it is very profitable for a seashore like this, but not a big reservoir or lakes, etc., in a calm water.
Sir, our idea over here is the lifebuoy serves as a two purpose. See, when you see a person who is in distress, a lifeguard can swim at maximum 0.7 meters per second. This is a trained naval lifeguard, what we have seen. And our system can travel at almost 7 meters per second. That is 10 times faster than a trained naval lifeguard. So if you're seeing a person who is in distress, say 500 meters or 600 meters from the shore, any swimmer, by the time they reach, swimmer is also exhausted and the person over there also is gone. We just have 3 minutes window, that's the golden hour, to save any person who's in distress. So the idea is this particular craft, which can go at 10 times the speed, can travel 300 to 500 meters in very short time, almost say 12 knots to 13 knots speed. You can just estimate how much it goes, almost 7 meters per second. So this reaches to the person, he holds on to that. So that person is now safe. The bare lifebuoy in a floating condition can support up to 3 people. And in the naval rescue wherein it was used, it has actually supported 4 people in a nighttime operation. So that person is now safe. Now you have the ability to lower your boats, send it to that person and get them back. So, it has to be a conjunction of all these things. Physically, my system can go up to 1 kilometers. Our eyesight cannot see that. We need binoculars, and you can easily control it, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Perhaps we can take the other questions. This innovation has generated a lot of discussions and ideas, and probably some ideas to take it forward also. Probably we'll discuss off stage and take something forward. We had 2 innovators talking, and both the innovators happen to be somehow on surface autonomous in some sense. So yes, as far as the hull forms and this thing are concerned, as well as autonomy is concerned, that's how multidisciplinary teams work. We appreciate your point. Yes, we need multidisciplinary teams. We need to learn things which we didn't learn, like coding. Yes, we also did whenever we work on autonomous vehicles. But yes, very innovative, both I know Dr. Kalkatawala for quite some time and the new team. Now you have seen how an entrepreneur works. That also you can take it offline. I know him very well for years, and so he'll certainly offer you even advices as to how to run a company.
Sure.
With that, we can just come to the end of the session. Thank you.
I request Professor Mishra sir to please give a memento to Bhardwaj sir. We'll come. Before the last session, I request all the Kodak 24 students, prize winners, please come on the dais for a photograph. All the innovators. Yeah. Then we'll be proceeding for the last session, that is valedictory function, immediately.
I'll be in touch with you, sir.
Sir, please. Sir, exit one. Sir, at least one photograph. Ryan, sir. Why? Lift. अच्छा अच्छा ओके नहीं आई टोल्ड पुनेंदु सर नहीं पुनेंदु सर को बोलो no he has got the sheet
No, it is already highlighted.
हाँ वो उनको मत बुलाना कमांडर को बोले लेट इट गो बोले हाँ we'll do that. All right everyone, this is the last session now, the valedictory function, and it will be concluded, the session will be concluded by Dr. Punindu Mishra sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So, after 2 days of strenuous debating, talking, thinking, partly eating, we have now come to the end of our seminar. It has been very interesting. In fact, in recent times, this is one of those events where it has elicited so much of response. Not only were the experts giving their views, but it was surprising that even the younger students, the students who had come all the way from Lonavala and Centurion and all this, they were also participating equally well in this. Just to tell you, these students, at your age, I used to go to the last bench and sleep. Okay? But today's youngsters are really good. Sir, they are also the last bench, but they are very active. They are not sleeping. All of them are taking interest. We are very glad. Actually, your contribution has been maximum into this. We want youngsters to actually gain maximum from this interaction. We have heard all the experts come over here. We really are very grateful to the experts to have come over from such long distances, sparing their time. We know how difficult it is to spare time from your normal routine and be here and also spend 2 complete days in this seminar. Normally, seminar topics don't elicit much of interest in many people. For people like me, if you say seminar, there are dozens and scores of them. I'll think, what is so great? But I'm surprised that the experts, the people whom I have worked with so closely and the people whom I admire and hold them in awe, all of them are so actively participating over here. That in itself gives us the maximum satisfaction. The 4 organizations have gone to all extent. The 4 organizations have gone to all extent to make sure that this seminar is a success. We normally at Frost hold a seminar every year and we do webinars every month. But to give a little bit more detailed look through or perspective of Frost, I would request Professor S.C. Mishra to come and kindly address us.
It's always a pleasure to talk about Frost because Punnendu and me started this organization some 6 years back. And at that time, we had, I think, about 10 people who joined us in forming this organization. JK is here, Devadatta is there sitting behind, and Madhu, of course, and Ajay Patnaik there. And these are the people who started this organization. At that time, we thought that we should have an organization who talks about not only the seas, but also the rivers. And the meeting of the sea and the rivers, the estuaries. and also therefore the coast and the ocean. Normally, when you have a society, it only talks about the ocean or it talks about the river. So we thought, no, they are connected and we should have a society which should be talking about both of us, both of these systems. That's how it was born. And slowly today we have nearly 55 members. And all of you who are present here must have seen with what enthusiasm our members work. You have seen Mr. Rath running around up and down. You have seen Madhu. And we really work very hard, as Purnendu, not very hard, with a lot of excitement. That's what we have. We work with passion and excitement. Mr. Raut there, sitting there, joined us late, but he's so enthusiastic about what we do. And Dandapat, Mr. Dandapat, he stays in Delhi, but anytime we ask him to come here, he comes at his own expense. Solanki. And of course, Solanki. Where is Solanki? Yeah. He's there. Oh, he's there. Ajay. Ajay, I told. So, Panigrai is there, but he has joined late. Okay. So anyway, after having said this, since all of you have seen our enthusiasm and our passion, and I believe all of you have the same enthusiasm and passion for oceans, you must join us. That's the call to become members. I forgot to mention, we have got an honorary member with us, Mr. Ashok, Captain Ashok Mahapatra. And we have another member, honorary member, who is not with us, but he has sent his blessings for this seminar. That is Professor R.P. Gokarn. And we are indeed very happy that Mr. Palit is here, Calcutta INA president. And he has been forcing me, literally forcing me, why don't you join Calcutta chapter? And President Manu asked me, you join INA Vizag chapter or INA Calcutta chapter? I said, I have no choice. Mr. Palit is there, I have to join Calcutta chapter. So I am a member of INA Calcutta chapter also. And so you have seen our enthusiasm. Those of you who have the same passion and enthusiasm, please join us. We don't ask you for a very large contribution. It's a 200 rupees membership fee and 3,000 rupees fee for 10 years. We don't collect money from members every year. So if you pay me 3,200, pay Frost 3,200 rupees, then you can become a member. The way to join our membership is please visit frostodisha.com. That's our website. On the right-hand corner of the front page, there is a membership button. You click that and you get the membership form, fill it up and post it. That's all you have to do, and 3,200 rupees you have to deposit in the bank. Details of which is given in the form itself. After that, please send a mail to Dr. Purnendu Mishra and myself, and you are a member with us. I hope all of you, including students, should join us as members. Yes, yes, surely. Certainly you can become a member. Certainly. We don't collect cash. Sorry. You have to pay through bank transfer. No, where Google Pay? No. No. No, one more thing can be done. If you pay cash, I have to go and deposit in the bank. So I have a lot of movement to make, which I want to avoid. As of me, if somebody else can do it, I am fine. I have no problem. Yeah, he can do it. Surya Prakash can do it. He has done it for some new members. He can do it for you. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. We will be very happy to have a very senior person like you to join us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You are an inspiration to so many of us. And establishing FROST. Mind you, when we started FROST, we said, if you see, it's the forum for river, ocean, scientists and technologists. We actually have our spectrum of activities is marine or maritime. And if you see marine or maritime, it's a huge spectrum. Huge spectrum. Today we are talking about blue economy. We only normally talk of river transportation and all this, but we had specialists who were river training, in pollution, and we have specialists in that who are our members. So it's a huge collection of professionals who can apply themselves to the entire spectrum of maritime activities. So FROST is worth joining. Now, I understand that one Commander Biswajit Nair, yes sir, he is an ex-naval officer, an IIM alumni and an Indian Naval Academy, ex-Indian Naval Academy, and is a director with Kalinga Vessels. Can we request you to say a few words over here and just to tell us about Kalinga Vessels. We came to know only recently about Kalinga Vessels. Sure. We came to know recently about Kalinga Vessels from Mr. Raut, who told us, we knew from the secretaries that there is a dry dock coming up in Paradip Port. I understand that there is a dry dock which has come up in Paradip Port. We didn't know that it was OSL's initiative. Is that the Kalinga dry dock? No, this is not that. Okay. That also is named in the same, I'm sorry, then I might have the same, but glad to have you here. And if you could tell us something about what you do and enlighten us about your activities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's really an honor and privilege to stand in the August gathering and where people with versatile caliber and in-depth knowledge on maritime and ignite the mind, what I was observing it. Unfortunately, I was not able to make it yesterday because of some professional commitment. Sir, we have just started. We are just a startup, sir. After leaving Navy, I worked in corporate house for around 10 years. And then when I was in a visit to London, I saw the Uber running there in Thames River, which is EV or hybrid, sir. So that ignite my mind that if in UK, where their economy is not so strong and they are adapting to hybrid and EV model and those things are running pretty good, why can't it happen in India? And in India particularly because I belongs to Odisha. So Odisha is full of river, and in this seminar it is all about inland water and river and sea connectivity. So then it came to my mind. I found there's a gentleman in Kerala who is doing this, and we are planning to start this in Odisha. And fortunately, we did a detailed business study survey that in which all platform we can do it. And interestingly, we find from whether it is water transport, whether it is tourism, whether it is fishery, because of our versatile demographic and geopolitical structure, we can actually initiate it. It is a tough journey, but when we look back 20, 30 years before and thinking that the entire road transport will have 30% of the EV vehicle on the road, similar thing I can see that after 20 years, through the water transport and through the vessel, there will be definitely, whether it is solar rooftop, which may not be able to give the main supply, but definitely the auxiliary supply can be from the solar rooftop and the EV drivetrain. Now coming to the EV drivetrain, those EV drivetrain definitely can be from various sources of the true potential solar renewable energy, exactly not solar energy, whether it is hydrogen cells or it is EV from various platforms. So I visited Japan, I visited UK, I visited few European countries just to understand how this particular business market is there in a broad country. And one interesting thing what I've realized that the biggest potential is our own country. And with Sagarmala project, with variety of things, when people are paying a hefty amount of money to reduce carbon footprint for their own whatever they do it with the fossil fuel, if a parallel track can be opened in the waterways where EV green hydrogen cell can contribute immensely in terms of the sustainable future, as well as it is a very cost effective model. Definitely in my research I found that the capex is higher in terms of a EV drivetrain engine compared to any IC engine, whether it is petrol or diesel. But in a long term, in a 20-year cycle or in a 50-year cycle, the OPEX is very low. And if it can be channelized with the incentive and subsidy from the government, what government is right now doing it will definitely create a very strong impact as far as the future is coming. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity to talk about it. We are just started, but we know that there is a very strong potential in this particular sector as far as adaptation of the renewable energy into the maritime fields.
Thank you, Commander Biswajit Nair. In fact, your find of today, we would invite you to join Frost. Thank you. So now taking it forward, I open this house for any questions. Now you can ask a question to any of the experts, any of the dignitaries who are there on the dais. You can ask any of the chairmen. And if you feel like, you can ask me a question. But you must remember, I'm a retired government officer. I will give an answer which may not be relevant to your question. Okay? So you can ask. Now I throw open the house for questions in any of this regard. Yes, you can give opinions. You can please give your opinions about the seminar. We would like to hear it. And if there is anything that we need to do better our work today or yesterday, then we would be happy to do it. So kindly give forth your impressions about the seminar also. Any news from Wari, Nigeria? Come on. Come on. Your port I have visited so many times. Wari, lovely port. Come forth. Anybody has got any views? If you feel like, other than shouting expletives at us, kindly let us know if there is any way we can improve. Yes, sir. You are open. You take the mic. Take the mic. This is my good friend from Nigeria. He comes from a place very close to a port which I used to visit, Wari, carrying logs from there to Rotterdam and carrying cement from Rotterdam to Lagos for the construction of Lagos's roads. This is 3 decades back. He was not even born then. Yes. Okay. 4 decades. 4 decades.
So, firstly, I would like to appreciate each and every one of you that has actually made this event a success. I got the opportunity to gain a lot of insight from your talks and contributions. I actually have a question. Recently, we've seen the boom in AI and robotics and all that. So, for all of you who are experts in the maritime industry, I'd like to hear your views and expectations on the challenges you look forward to be able to tackle with the recent advancements in artificial intelligence and robotics.
Anybody over here who's an expert in maritime applications of AI, robotics and machine learning? Antarctica, sir? IIT Bhubaneswar? No? Anybody who's an expert? Yes, please. Give him a mic, please. No, take a mic. Everybody should hear.
Perhaps I'll answer this question. One of the things we are doing, yes, AI and robotics, they are entirely two different fields, of course. As far as AI is concerned, the standard algorithms are pretty much there, but it is a matter of data. Particularly both, whether you're using convolutional neural networks or reinforcement learnings, we're already taking it into both. Already there are researchers, even there are products, there are even proof of concepts for particularly object identification, classification, obstacle avoidance, and reinforcement learning is increasingly used. Today morning we were talking something about digital twin, and one of you were talking about digital twins and other things. All the digital twin data also we are trying to integrate into AI and make it into some sort of predictive assessments. So all these things are already happening. Now the latest thing what we are doing in this thing is that, at least in Indian context, is recently ANRF has announced a program. Already the call is already over for academicians to develop fundamental AI algorithms in engineering, which is handled by DRDO. I mean, we are handling with ANRF. Of course, the other domains are also being this thing. In engineering domain, one of the domains is naval hydrodynamics specifically, in which we are trying to develop both foundational models, not the CNNs, but rather physics-informed neural networks and those sort of things. We have just received the proposals, 284 proposals have been received. Now, Dr. Manikurla is a member of a committee and I'm a member of a committee. You have to go through it and filter it and see what happens. This is to completely explore the design space for naval hydrodynamics, for whatever problems, hull form development or propeller system integration or all these things. Of course, so AI is happening. This is the AI field. Robotics is allied to it. As I told, the intersection is where we are using it in underwater vehicles, on surface vehicles, primarily for image classification and identification, which can be looped into the control law.
Correct.
These works are happening.
Good, thank you. Yeah. I think that more or less explains. Yes. Dr. Swain. Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I am Devdutta Swain. So just to add to the activities of ROST, I just wanted to say that we not only work in rivers and oceans here, we also work in the polar oceans. So that's one more addition that I want to make.
Yes.
Coming to this particular question, I have two parts to it. One is already AI is being used in a very big way. In fact, 3 years back, one of the cargo ships in Finland, it was navigated all the way from the ocean and controlled by 4,000 kilometers, purely based on AI. This experiment was done by the Finnish shipping company and Intel. So that experiment is already done, not in the Indian context. Indian context they are still doing. Pardon me? Yes, entire thing was carried out. So that's the development in that stage. Coming specifically that we had two presentations under this codec. So I was just thinking that I will do that. Both of them, if you see, the control is through visual modes. Both of them we are controlling the visual. The first one, there was an issue with the geofencing. That's why you are not able to do it. So that, again, AI has been used widely for geofencing. Probably you can take a look at that. The second one that you are having, there one main problem is again in the visual. Though you said that the boat has your ability to go up to 2 kilometers something, but you could control only to 5 meters because you are again restricted to visual. One of the solution again comes from the AI where we are basically doing image classification or thing where you can marry this particular boat of yours with a drone which hovers on top, and instead of make it totally automated, instead of any human intervention coming in, the drone controls that. Whatever you are doing here, the drone controls that. So that also involves a lot of AI. So this type of applications are already present in other sectors which can be easily brought into here. Yes, that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Swain. In case you don't know, he is one of the brightest young members of Frost. He is with IIT Bhubaneswar, and he has recently come back from an expedition to the Arctic, polar region. He has gained immense experience over there, and we have all to gain from him. That's Dr. Swain for us.
Okay, some more questions on autonomous sea vehicle. One input I'll give you. As Dr. Sain was telling about the global status, there is something more is happening in India. Actually, Cochin Shipyard is making an autonomous ship for Kongsberg's Inland. Cochin Shipyard is also making autonomous underwater vehicle, each one more than 6.5 ton weight, and which has capabilities better than the best, one of the best in the world. So, in India, right now, autonomous vessels are concerned. We have the capability. The next most important thing, Professor Shah, O.P. Shah from IIT Kharagpur, he has designed and developed for GRSE. Sen Gupta sir, where he is. For operation of Calcutta Port Trust. Electric vehicles, electric driven vehicles, and it's controlled. It can be controlled autonomously also. It's a controllable system. So in India, if you look at, Siemens has a project to make controllers for marine systems, all the marine systems together. We have engine room, total engine room control, remote, not remote, autonomous operation of engine room. That means you don't need engine or telegraph anymore. The crew can be avoided. Clean engine room, unmanned engine room. This has already arrived. Now all these things actually can be tried out in the inland vessels. All this technology rightfully can be, it's ready. In India, actually these technologies are available for inland vessels. Few more questions on autonomous systems you like to answer. Congratulations, Professor Swain. Very nice.
Thanks, sir. Yeah, okay. Are there any more questions? Even humorous, witty, absurd, any question is welcome. Students are nudging themselves. They want to ask some questions. If there are no questions, you know, I'm an old man, we are a few old men sitting over here, already tired, cricket match is on, you know, West Indies, South Africa is playing, they are badly, they are not, score is not high. I believe the people who bat second, they win. Correct? In this pitch. So who won the toss today? Rahul. I don't know who won the toss, but South Africa is batting first. So, lovely match waiting for us. And if there is nothing else, then thank you all for this wonderful 2 days. And now we have all the certificates over here. You have to come and collect your certificates. It's lying on the table over here. You have to, if any colleague of yours is not there, kindly collect it from him or her. Maybe certificates for senior people may not matter much, but doesn't matter. We are giving a certificate. Keep it. After all, after 5-6 years, it weighs a lot. In Radhi, it will sell well, you know. Valuable. Huh? Okay. For all. Okay. I sold a couple of kilos a few months back. Okay, if there's nothing there, thank you very much. I would... Yeah, you can kindly collect your certificates from here. Come one by one and collect your certificates from here. Then the tea and snacks are ready. Kindly proceed to have tea and snacks. Remember Frost, whenever you get a chance, and you collect 3,200 rupees, become a member. Okay? Okay, thank you. Yes, I said they have to collect 3,000 rupees at 3,200 rupees. When they are free, they can become. Thank you.